Good morning. Oh, now the light screen too. We're getting better. Thank you for coming to Gillette. I wanted to introduce the mayor this morning. He's been a super great advocate for economic development. So, Mr. Shea Lundvall.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Jarrell here yesterday. So I want to read a statement, if I can, to you guys this morning. Those of you that have been here to Gillette, it's a great city, and I'm proud to be the mayor of Gillette. Honorable members of the Business Council, staff, and guests, I know that you had business in our community yesterday, so I'm sure that's not the first to say. I'm not the first to say, but welcome to Gillette. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to host, and thank you for making the trip to our corner of the state. As the mayor of Gillette, I can't say enough about how proud I am of our community and our people. Gillette is without a doubt a great place to live and work. We like to say that all the best things here have been done through cooperation. For example, I'm sure that you've noticed the incredible facilities here at the Gillette College. They wouldn't exist without more than 4 decades of foresight, dedication, and hard work from leaders in our community. We also recognize and are grateful for the important state partnerships that have helped to build the Gillette we have today. In particular, we are thankful for the funding and the support received through the Wyoming Business Council for the important projects like the construction of our beautiful downtown 3rd Street Plaza and the recent renovation of the Energy Hall and the Heritage Center at Camplex. If you haven't had the opportunity to visit these amazing facilities recently, I would encourage you to check them out. We'd love to share those with you as well. I know that you've got an extensive agenda before you, so I'll close with some additional gratitude. Thank you again for being here, and thank you for your leadership in our great state. And please enjoy your time in Gillette. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And we have enjoyed our time. As I said earlier, Gillette has changed so much since I came here in the years ago at a softball tournament. And I can't believe the change that's happened here. It's astonishing. So thank you very much. Okay, next we'll have the CEO report from Josh Durrell.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to come up and see Gillette. I think it has been a really good trip. I think we've all enjoyed our time, but also learned a lot of things based on the events we've had here today or this week already. I want to kind of have you take a quick look at your agenda and recognize that there are no business-ready community projects for this time. And in a way, it's kind of sad to not have a BRC project because those are always a lot of fun. We do a lot of work to put those together. But on the other hand, I think what it does is it shows that we're not just about the BRC. And the Business Council does a whole lot more than BRC projects. And sometimes that gets overshadowed because those are a major source of our funding. They are an example of how we build those resilient communities. But more than anything, I want you to kind of notice that there are many things that we do that are incredibly important. And you'll notice a number of rules that we're going to be looking at today in various areas of our team's work. And you're also going to notice a number of our loans that we'll be taking a look at today. And I think that, again, it just demonstrates that there are many ways to sort of peel the orange of economic development and many things that we can do to make a difference in the communities where we work. We've got some things today that are really foundation setting with our rules and making sure that our rules and our and the way we run our programs are keeping current with our needs and keeping current with the times. And I think that that's a really important thing to think about as we look at the organization as a whole and how we interact with the state of Wyoming and the communities in it, is that we're going to have to continue to evolve in order to make a difference. You might have heard this yesterday, the word, and you heard it this morning from the mayor, the word cooperation is a key component to what we do. And I think we need to continue to think about that cooperation. Again, all of the groups within the business council work very closely with one another, and there is a lot of cooperation. While we do have different teams that folks work on, whether it be services, investments, strategy, operations, the regional team, all of those teams in a lot of ways, they're not distinct with silos. They work across those teams in every way, and that's something that we saw in Gillette, and it's something we want to encourage in the communities that we work in, because it is that cooperation that is going to get things done. I think it's also something to think about with focus. I think there's cooperation and focus, and a lot of times when you have cooperation, you can focus and work on things. We heard yesterday the idea that the late Senator Enzi brought forth, which is, and I don't know if the percentage was 80 or 90%, it doesn't really matter, but we agree, most of the time we agree on the majority of the items. And we might disagree on some of those items, but the key is to focus on the things where we agree. And I think that is a message that we need to continue within economic development, about cooperating with others, focusing on the big things, and focusing on those things that we agree on, and how can we move forward, realizing that in the meantime, there will be things we don't agree on. There will be challenges that we face. There will be problems that we incur and maybe even create. And that's part of the gift and the curse of progress. And within our organization, a few things I wanted to kind of mention are the Pathways to Prosperity project, which is really not a project at all. And so I should probably stop saying project. But what it is a process by which we understand the challenges that communities face. We understand the challenges of certain topics like housing and workforce and federal grants and things like that. And we really understand them at a deeper level. I think a lot of times we throw out a problem and we think about it from the surface. I'm guessing that all of you have heard that workforce is a problem. Well, that's not that deep, and that's not that helpful. But if we can utilize a process and a problem-solving methodology to get down to what are the key elements of that problem and what are some of the barriers that are stopping us from solving it, then we can work together to come up with policy, investments, programs that make a difference in that. And I think that that's where the leadership that the Business Council shows and continues to show really makes a difference, is in that problem-solving process or methodology. And we heard it yesterday where people are excited about the way we're looking at these challenges. That doesn't mean that we'll solve them all, but it means that we will work to help others, bring others in cooperation, others understand what they might be and how they can help. Because we talk about the economic development triangle a lot, and we talk about how do we utilize policy, funding, and leadership in order to build that local capacity. And I think we've seen in Gillette how that local capacity is brought to bear on projects, and the way that the community rallies together to get things done. And then even that the community looks outside and works with other communities to help out. So that economic development capacity is strong, but it of course continues to need those policy, funding, and leadership elements in order to make it happen. And so as we look at the triangle, I think that the triangle is something that's important to us. It's something that we understand, and it's something that we'll continue to kind of demonstrate how it works. But I think we need to also realize that we're just one of the triangles in the sort of constellation of groups that are doing economic development around the state. And I think that that's an important component for us to understand, how do we fit within that puzzle, and what piece do we represent, and how do we fit with the others? And I think that there are a number of other groups that we work very, very closely with. And there are a number of groups that we want to understand better so that we can continue to work closely with. And really that's a good theme, I think, for hopefully Ms. Tomasi feels the same way, Madam Co-Chair, and the board feels the same way, to continue to understand the landscape of economic development in the state. And while we do ultimately sort of control the triangle, if you will, but we understand the entire landscape and how does it really fit in with all of the other pieces. And yesterday's work session was a good start to that. We talked with a number of city administrators, and it was good to hear their thoughts on local finance 101. And I've had a number of people come to me and say, I didn't realize that's how it worked, or I want to dig in deeper and understand how the local finances work and how does a government finance themselves within a locale. And that's great that we have that, but it's also a little bit of a head scratcher because we've been around for 20 years and maybe 25, 20 this year. And so we've been around quite a while, yet we don't really have a great feel for how that works. And I think it's important for us to now reach out and work with those other entities to understand the challenges that they face, understand the barriers that they're trying to break down, and see if we can create an alignment so that we're all moving in that same direction and in that spirit of cooperation. So as we move forward this year, I think we'll be continuing to look at local government finance. We'll continue to look at other groups and how they're playing within the game and how can we support them, much like we've done within our own organization. And as I mentioned, our team, it doesn't really have silos. It doesn't really have these distinct divisions of you shall do this and no one else shall. It's much more of a team approach where we attack a problem, we work together on it and work to solve it and cooperate. And I think that we have a really big opportunity within the state of Wyoming to do the same. And so I'm happy to be here in Gillette. I'm excited about the cooperation that we've learned and that we've seen, and the focus that when it's all of that cooperation is put onto a project or a topic or a challenge, it gets solved in a much better way. And then you can move on to the next one. And so I want to thank Gillette for that. And I want to thank all of you for participating and asking great questions. And I look forward to the remainder of the agenda today and to do some good work. So thank you all.
Thank you, Josh. Very well said. And I think folks that will be here today and listen to our board meeting, you will see all the varied things that the Business Council does, not only the BRC projects, but from our regional directors to our operations committee to services and on and on and on. It is a very busy operation. So now with that, we'll go on to the regional director reports. Heather.
Sure we will. We were counting on there being 2 tables because that was great yesterday and other stuff. So now we're here at the podium, which is fine. Ben, do you have our presentation? Beautiful. All right. So good morning, everybody. My name is Heather Tupper. I'm the Southeast Regional Director for the Wyoming Business Council, or the Brandy in the Southeast, if you will. Not the mayor of anything, to be clear. And we are here this morning. Thank you for inviting us up first. We're excited to be here to visit with you all. I just wanted to start our day today. I'm going to turn this on. It's on. So we thought that it would be interesting, or maybe something that would be fun to share with you all, a few numbers to give you an idea of what we've been up to. I know that you all hear from us in various places along the way between board meetings and other things that we have going on, but this is a little behind the scenes snapshot, I would say, of what the numbers look like. So we spent some time putting together a few numbers since January 1st. We came up with about 20,000 miles driven, or at an average of 70 miles per hour, because we all drive respectably and under the speed limit all the time. So maybe 300-ish hours, hosting or attending about 400 partner meetings. And right now we think we have about 75 projects in the pipeline across the board and across the different projects that we work on. We spent a lot of time making connections, and even since January, in a winter that maybe was a little less travel friendly, we've been across the state and out and about across the nation, from Boston to Gillette, from Lander to Denver. and spent a lot of time working internally with our other business council team members on various projects that we've all heard a lot about, but also spent a lot of time lending our talents and our team strengths to those project teams. And we couldn't come up with a number for coffee because truly it is too many cups of coffee to count. We also like to take pictures, so we thought we would, I don't know what I pointed at to make that go. Aha, somewhere over there, Josh's head. These are just a few of our shots. And if you ask any of our team members, I think that one of the best parts of our job is being able to be out and about in the state, seeing some of the most beautiful landscape that we all are very familiar with. Again, even though this year it was a little wider than maybe we like. And participating and experiencing things through our regions. So the rest of the team is going to give you a little update on some projects going on in their areas. First, though, I want to introduce Drew Dietrich. He is our newest team member serving the East Central region, and we are very happy to have him.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I'm Drew Dietrich. I like to think that this is where I always wanted to be. It just took me a few years to get here. I'm originally from Florida, but my wife was born in Casper, and we met in Jackson Hole, both on a road trip, ships in the night. So it's been a wonderful experience to be here. I like to joke my spirit animal is a pronghorn because I like wide open spaces. And my 3-year-old loves, that's his favorite animal. But the one thing I would say is that I've worked all over the country for over a decade in this field, and I will tell you that the people here, the team, y'all, is probably the most wonderful group of people I've ever had the pleasure to work with. So I appreciate it, and I'm more than happy to be here.
So would you tell us what area you cover and what has been your biggest challenge so far?
So I cover Natrona, Converse, Platte, and Niobrara. I think the biggest challenge is there's so many people to meet and so many things to learn, but only so many hours in the day.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Good morning, Kristen Fong from the Northwest region. So I cover Bighorn counties, Hot Springs, Park, and Washakie. So I've got a couple photos up here to kind of keep myself on track because I tend to meander. But I'm going to use the bottom picture there, the Grable mural, which is new as of last fall. And it's a compilation mural, meaning that each letter in the word Grable on the side of that building in downtown Grable was created and designed by an individual. And then everybody worked together to achieve the final, what you see there. So it's right next to the post office. It's highly visible as you enter into town. And I think it stands, kind of represents what we do as regional directors and what we all do with the business council, in that we are individuals working together toward a common artwork, masterpiece, project, goal. So we've had some challenges in the Northwest trying to understand better why it is important to have local economic development on the ground and why it's worth whatever investment you can put towards it. So I don't know if you all recall yesterday, my question to the panel that we had, and thank you panel, they were phenomenal. But one of the main concerns that I have, I think, for the Northwest region is that we are losing some of our local economic development organizations. On that token, we're also gaining a new one that had previously fizzled, was dissolved back into general funds and operating funds for a community. And they're now realizing that, oh, that actually would be rather helpful. So it's interesting to kind of be the boots on the ground and talking communities through the challenges that they face. And the regional directors, and I don't want to speak for all of you, but certainly in my region, I'm the first call that they make, local economic developers, if there are them, or town administrators, or just, partners along the way, they'll call us to bounce ideas around and really just to sort through the feelings that they have. I am not a counselor by any means, but I feel like it some days where, you'll be that first call that they'll make to try to figure out how do we move forward when we lose the funding that provided support for economic development? Or what are our options for, something wonky, something, some small project that probably might not be business council funded eventually, but we're still that main call. So anyway, just wanted to share with you that there's upswings in certain communities around my region and downswings. And generally, I try to be that filter for all of you so that you can understand and so that we can build ahead. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kristen. Does anybody have any questions for Kristen?
All right.
So I have one.
Okay, good.
so,
I was
yeah.
hoping I wouldn't get off that easy.
So the new local economic development organization, is it countywide? Is it region-wide? Is it?
Countywide.
Okay,
Yep, yep.
great.
So it's actually in Thermopolis, but
Okay,
it's Hot Springs County, and they've recently just started conversations, and they're working through a strategic plan, which is pretty phenomenal. It's all volunteer based at this point.
nice. Thank you, Kristen.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick.
Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, thanks for having us today. It's good to see you all here in Gillette, and Brandy, thanks for putting everything together. This has been awesome. I wanted to let you know about one of our projects that construction is actually finished and the grand opening is coming next week, and invite all of you to come and attend if you can. How many of you are familiar with Maven? Probably everybody, right? Maven's really kind of made waves in the outdoor world with the high-end optics that they make. But I wanted to take a minute and talk about a little bit of their origin story. All of you are probably also familiar with Brunton, and the three guys that started Maven. They were all at Brunton, and they were working in Riverton, and Brunton was acquired by Gerber Fiskars. And they said, hey, we're going to shut down most of our operation in Wyoming and move everybody. How many of you want to go move with us? And Cade, Mike, and Brendan said, no, we love Wyoming. We want to stay here. And so that's exactly what they did. In 2013, they started Maven. And, we talk about it a lot in economic development. How do we grow our own? How do we have these really cool ideas actually make it into the market? Well, Maven is the perfect case study for that. They took their knowledge, their expertise, their hard work ethic, they put it to good use. And now they have 20 employees working there in Lander and a really nice new facility because of BRC. And so the regional directors actually came a couple of weeks ago, and we spent some time at Maven. This is pictures from that. We got a tour of the facility. It's absolutely incredible. The small building, if you've been to where Maven was, compared to what they have now, you would just be amazed at the difference in the amount of room that they have, the new capabilities that they have, and the ability now to expand and to hire more people in Fremont County, which I think is amazing. So May 11th, 1 o'clock, there's no RSVP needed. We'd love to have you all come and celebrate with us a Wyoming success story. So I would just love to see you all there if you can make it. And do you guys have any questions for me?
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, so the open house starts at 1, and this has been a great project, and I probably am going to go up and look at it. So yeah, great. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah,
Any
thank you so
questions for
much.
Patrick?
Yeah, any questions?
Pam?
There we go. I just wanted, I had the opportunity to have a tour last month, and it was really exciting. And those three men innovation and just that case study that we want all over Wyoming. And it was really great to be there and have the tour and just, share their stories and their challenges. We asked some tough questions like, the space from during COVID, shipping. And so, yeah, it was great to know that that was a BRC project and just that innovation happening.
I do want to make one other comment about it. It's really cool because they took a model, the direct to consumer model, and they made it work because Wyoming doesn't have a huge logistics infrastructure like a lot of places. It's really hard to get product out. But they figured out a way to do it. They also figured out a way to make some of the best optics in the market. And selling direct to consumer, they can actually make a little bit of money at it and they're not getting undercut by some of these bigger retailers. So it's a great model and hopefully we'll see more of that in Wyoming in the future. And I think we're already seeing it. Like if you go to any of these startup challenges and listen to these pitches, there's people with some great little products. It's like, and they want to do this direct to consumer model. And so it's going to be exciting to see what happens in Wyoming over the next 5 to 10 years with these small startups. So again, thank you all for your support and thank you for your time today. Really
Madam
appreciate it.
Co-Chair. Question for Patrick, not a request, I guess. I'm going to be gone and I really would like to be able to be there. And do you think that I could get special dispensation, get a tour maybe afterwards?
Sure. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Let me know and we can coordinate something. They love to showcase their facility.
Good.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, next regional director report is from Kylie Ingersoll.
Good morning, Madam Co-Chair and Board. Thank you for the time today. And I'm a little bit different than the others. I maybe planned, so maybe mine is too long. So cut me off at any time. I'm Kylie Ingersoll. I'm the Brandy of the southwest corner of the state, and I cover Lincoln, Uena, and Sweetwater County. I really enjoyed the work session yesterday and spending time as a group, building relationships, learning about Gillette and Campbell County. Similar to this corner of the state, there are many common threads and many large projects in my corner, especially energy, like nuclear, DAC, coal products, Trona, etc. I'm happy to report that many of those projects are going really well. And if you want an update on any of them or have any questions, please reach out to me or we can chat over lunch. One of the items that really resonated with me yesterday when was the time and planning many of these projects take to come to fruition. And this is what I'm going to talk to you about today, as well as how the BRC program played a part. And I know Josh said we weren't talking about BRC today, but it's just a little bit. This project I'm going to talk to you about has been in the works for a long time, planning wise at the city of Evanston. And I wanted to share how the city has used some of their recapture from our business ready community grants to help fund the project that I'm going to talk about. Here's a little bit of the history. So in 1992, Union Pacific Resources donated 265 acres to the city of Evanston on the northwest end of the community. And from that point on, the city has had of Evanston plan to expand their golf course and create an industrial park. There are 3 tenants that currently reside in the industrial park and the golf course is finished. But I want to focus on one of the projects there. In 2004, the city of Evanston and Everett Graphics, had discussion with the Everett Graphics, who is a folding carton printing business from Oakland, California. They began discussing the company's relocation and construction of 62,000 square foot facility and decided to ask BRC for some funding and were awarded. In 2006, the Everett Graphics building was completed with the assistance of the $3 million grant to the Business Council. In 2008, Everett Graphics actually moved out of the building, but other companies have come in and occupied that space since that point. The city of Evanston has maintained ownership of that building since that time and get lease revenue monthly from that. In that time, there have been between 15 and 60 employees at each of the companies in that building. Throughout the BRC's building existence, they've recaptured the lease payments and property taxes and put them into an economic development fund. Because of that, they've had several opportunities to fund economic development projects within the community, which have included infrastructure to complete projects at Union Center, like installing fiber, conduit, underground power, and road and sidewalk improvements. They've also used the funding to help with marketing and a website to help recruit companies. And they've had that income as a match for several additional studies. So that's kind of the history. Now we'll talk about what's happening now. The city was approached by a brewing company, seeking to expand their brewing and packaging facilities to meet market demand and move into the historic Roundhouse building. Recently, the city sold the Everett Graphics building to a company for a set amount and are going to use that funding to put some infrastructure improvements into the Roundhouse so that the brewing company can then match their funding and move into the Roundhouse. The funding from the sale was placed into the Economic Development Fund and will do improvements like floors, seismic, drains, HVAC in section 4 of the Roundhouse. And the Roundhouse is the picture on the top, and then that's section 4 on the left-hand side. When completed, the facility will allow the company to brew and distribute its product across the mountain region. It'll bring jobs and a local amenity like a tap house to a historic facility for the community. So what's next? Evanston has identified an architectural firm to help with the project. They're negotiating the scope and plan to start construction in October. After it's completed, the city of Evanston will once again enter into a lease with that tenant to provide additional funding back for local infrastructure and BR&E efforts. The project has long been in the works and planned for the city of Evanston and has taken years to come to fruition, but was helped in part by long-term planning, continual improvements of infrastructure, and a BRC project from 2006. And it built internal capacity at a local level with funding. I want to give a shout out to the city of Evanston and especially Rocco and Mika for helping me with the details and information so I didn't get the little things wrong. Thank you for your time today. I hope it gave you a small glimpse of one story from a community to help you see the impact and ripple effect of the projects, what the projects can do long-term. I look forward to raising a glass in the Roundhouse with you all very soon-ish in economic development terms. Cheers. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Kylie. I do think this is a prime example of recapture, that we give money, the community invests the money in economic development, and things roll and roll. It's such a ripple effect. So it's a great example. Thank you. Any questions for Kylie?
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair, thank you. Kylie, so what is the process that the community takes to utilize those economic development funds once they're in that fund? Who's involved in that decision-making?
Because the Economic Development Fund rests within the city, it is the city economic development coordinator who kind of works through the projects, and then the city council, mayor, and then it's a collaborative effort with a variety of people and partnerships within the community, but they hold the ultimate funding opportunity.
Thank you.
So do people present projects, do you know, to the city for the recapture funds? Is that how it works? And then the group decides on it?
I would say that a lot of trust is held within that city economic development planner and I apologize to Rocco. I don't actually know his official title offhand, but I think a lot of people come to him with ideas. And then he distributes out to the broader community. So it's kind of vetted through him first, or anyone. He and I work together. If if the county has something, the county works with him. If the business council brings something, we definitely work with him. And then he brings it to the city level.
Okay, thank you, Kylie.
Sure. Anything else? Thank you. Cheers.
Maybe. Which arrow? There's two. Oh, there we are. Great. Good morning, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. Thank you for coming to Gillette. Been a great couple days. Great opportunity to introduce the economic development team here and the partnerships that have made a lot of things happen. I moved here 15 years ago, and last night I was thinking about it. There's been a lot of great changes happen. And so we just really appreciate the opportunity to share our vision for the region, for Gillette, and for Wyoming, and to be able to add value to our natural resources and create some of that diversification. And then look at new opportunities as well. So I just wanted to add, Gillette College is actually hosting a career day today over at the Tech Center. There's over 600 high school kids over there learning about the trades. And there's actually a job fair here on the gymnasium floor. So there's just a lot of great things going on in Gillette. And it just takes a great team. It takes a lot of time and planning and a lot of vision. So I appreciate your time. Thanks for coming, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So Brandy, as I said earlier, I'm so impressed with Gillette, and I think that you and all the community members that have had a input into making some of these changes, well-deserved applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It takes a team, and it has just been really fun to be on this team on several levels.
Nice. Any questions for Brandy?
Madam Co-Chair, statement really more than anything, but Brandy, thank you so much for putting this together. And you might find this strange coming from somebody in Sheridan because of the fun rivalry, but I am always impressed with Gillette. I was telling Phil a little bit ago that Gillette doesn't get distracted by the headlines, but they just tend to get stuff done. And so once again, kudos to the community for the kindness and everything they did for our tour here. And I'm excited to see what the future holds.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brandy. Anything else? Thank you. So next we have the Operations Committee and Derek.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Push that back a little bit. So for the Operations Standing Committee, we have a few items to bring to the board today, representing some very strong work out of our operations group as usual on some of our short and a little bit longer term initiatives. So first thing we'll start with is our financial report review. Ms. Orr, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, I'm Lindsay Orr, the Accounting Manager for the Business Council. Today, I am presenting to you the March 31st, 2023 budget report. March 31st, 2023 is our third quarter of fiscal year 2023 and is the first year of our 2-year biennium cycle. This quarter, our general fund utilization came in at 45.73% compared to the 75% budget optimum. This is primarily due to the Business Ready Communities budget that, as you can see, $58 million for this quarter. During the quarter, we encumbered the $25 million you see on that Business Ready Community line, and that includes the $20 million award to the City of Laramie for Plenty. These were approved in February by the State Land and Investment Board. Moving down into our federal funds, we expended $1.3 million in federal funds for so far through the fiscal year. We have 3 new budget lines for this quarter. The first is the State Small Business Credit Initiative, or SSBCI. In January, we received $19 million for this, the initial funding for this program. It is being kept in its own fund and so far has earned just over $40,000, sorry, from the State Treasurer's Office. You see, we've got a $950,000 budget there. These are for administration's funds that we will be expending out of this fund. Everything else that will be invested will be a balance sheet transaction between cash and investments. So as those investments start to be made, we'll be reporting on that also, but they won't appear on this budget report. We also have 2 new broadband programs, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment and the Digital Access Grants. These are funded by the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. These are only administration funds to get the programs up and going and the planning done. Moving down into our agency funds, you will see that the Economic Loan Development Fund had an available budget of $26 million. This includes $25 million for the Large Loan Fund. We have $11 million in available cash, and we have earned over $1.3 million in investment income and loan and principal payments in that fund. And then moving down into the American Rescue Plan Act section, these are funds that we've received as a subrecipient of the state. We also have a new line there for the Capital Projects Fund for broadband projects. Any questions on that section? Moving on, the pie chart you see shows the makeup of the $108 million total budget and how that's broken out between our personnel, our contracts, grants, and those kinds of things. Our new federal programs increase the professional services up to about 10% of the budget from 5%. So our overall grant budget as a total decreased a little bit. The bar chart there shows our line item expenditure summary. So these are those different types of expenditures as a whole and how we compare to the budget there. The $2.4 million in our loan line item are all BRC grants, and we've got a lot available there because of the $25 million for large loans. And then just on our loans receivable real quick, our net balance is $24.75 million. And since July 1st, we've received $2.4 million in loan and interest payments. Any questions on that?
Okay, seeing none, I'd ask for a motion to accept the quarterly financial report. Wonderful. Moved by Mr. Klein, seconded by Ms. Thayer. Any discussion? Seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Sorry, there was an eye out here too.
Yeah, aye.
And you undone.
Oh, we got 2 extra eyes on the phone. Well, fantastic. With that, we'll move on. Ms. Orr, you're not getting away from us too quick yet. Onto the audit services RFP and the contract with MHP.
Hey, thank you. Every 3 years, our policy is to go out for bid on our financial audit. This is for purposes of some transparency and also some independence and just the, house. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but with the audit, it's a kind of a big deal. So we opened up our request for proposal on March 13th. It closed on April 14th. McGee, Hearn and Pies was our successful bidder, as they were actually our only bidder this year. We have worked with MHP for years and they have been fantastic to work with. They increased the price to $50,000 for the year. For several reasons, their costs have increased. Also, we've got a huge influx of federal funds, as you saw earlier. So the cost is just going to go up. In addition, they hadn't really increased us year over year for the past several years. So this was not really unexpected, I don't think. So with that, I'll take any other questions.
I do have a question, Lindsay. So with the new audit, when you say there's an increase in their workload, does that include like the ARPA funds and okay, so they will be doing all that also. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Historically, they've only audited one program, and up until the CARES programs, it was the CDBG program.
Okay.
But yeah, I anticipate there will be more
Okay.
programs audited.
Well, and I was on the operations committee for a while and I have always thought they did a great job. So thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Great. And I would just add the comment of MHP also does the auditing for the state as well. So it does allow for some synergies between our side and the state and an understanding the greater process. So I agree. They've done a great job and I think there's no reason to not proceed. Ms. Thayer, did you? Okay. Okay. Josh.
Thank you. Thank you all for letting me just take a minute to talk a little bit about Lindsay. So Lindsay celebrated her 5th year anniversary with us this March. And so we're really happy to have her aboard. We feel like we do with our auditor. We feel really in control of our finances and our financial picture because of the work Lindsay's doing. She's been also working with some of our interns to help have a little help on some of that. And of course, her team works really hard to make sure that all of our ducks are in a row. But as you can see, our accounting is not that straightforward always. We've got a lot of things that are going on, a lot of different funding mechanisms, a lot of different things that we utilize funds for, and a lot of different funding sources. And so kind of keeping all of that straight is it's not an easy job, but it's one that Lindsay makes look easy. And I think that makes a big difference for us because again, we definitely want to be transparent. We want to make sure that these funds are handled appropriately, and Lindsay does a great job of helping do that. I do want to say also that one of the things that we're able to do is we're able to utilize our own purchasing methodology, and we don't have to stick with the state's purchasing methodology. But in most cases, we utilize those best practices and do so because it just makes sense. And again, it helps keep us above board. And so thanks, Lindsay, for running the show on all of that and for keeping us straight. Thanks.
And I think with those remarks, I would entertain a motion for approval of the recommendation to proceed with McGee, Hearns and Pies for our audit process.
Mr. Chairman, Chuck Kenyon, so moved.
Okay, so I'll
I'll do a second.
Perfect. I'll take the motion from Mr. Kenyon and the second from Mr. Law. Any further discussion? Seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And Lindsay, I'd like to also echo Josh's comments. Lots of work when it has gone into this, and fantastic result there. Last item is a bylaw amendment just a quick reminder, this will require a 2/3 majority vote of the board to pass. Ms. Grenfell, do you want to speak to this for us, please?
I sure can. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, or Mr. Committee Chair. So this is a new one for me. We've not done a bylaws update since I've been at the Business Council. So this is a monumental event for us. As Mr. Committee Chair Smith mentioned, these bylaws do require in order for the bylaws to be amended, supplemented, or repealed, it does require a 2/3 or greater vote of the Board of Directors present at any meeting of the board in which quorum is present. So just wanted to keep that in mind for everybody. The bylaws amendments also require a notice of at least 10 days prior to any meeting where the board shall consider such amendments. The Board of Directors did receive an email on April 23rd outlining the bylaws requested change. And we also included copies of the existing bylaws as well as a copy of the bylaws where the edit has been made. In addition, in your board book, you will find multiple copies of the bylaws, the current bylaws, the edited bylaws, and the clean copy of the bylaws with that change made. And then for those board members who are in attendance today, you'll also find a handout at your desks that kind of summarize some of these things related to the bylaws. The bylaws are the core of our board of directors and dictate and kind of set forward the foundation of how the board does business within the Business Council. And the change that we're suggesting today is actually a little bit of a housekeeping change. And so what we're asking to do is that we would like to amend Article 3, Section A, composition of the board. Currently, Section A states composition of the board, a board consisting of 15 voting directors shall govern the WBC. In the 2022 legislative session, the Board of Directors was actually changed to 13 members. And so this recommended change for the bylaws matches up the bylaws to the legislation. And so the Economic Development Act, which is 912-103, and that's the state statute, does state beginning March 1st, 2022, it shall be governed by a board of directors consisting of 13 voting directors. And so this recommended bylaws change will actually align our bylaws with the Economic Development Act to make sure that we're reflective of the change from 15 board members to 13 board members. So that, Mr. Committee Chair, is the recommendation we're bringing forward, is that we would amend the bylaws to reflect the 13 board members.
Fantastic. It really, as Amy said, it's really just kind of housekeeping to make our bylaws match what was put into place by the legislature. Any questions from the board? Great, seeing none. Do we have a motion to accept the board's recommended, or sorry, the staff's recommended amendment to the bylaws?
Second.
Great, moved by Ms. Thayer, seconded by Mr. Klein. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Let's take a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and I believe that was 2/3, so
2/3, yeah, thank you.
fantastic. Madam Co-Chair, that concludes the Operations Committee, and that's all yours.
We are way ahead of.
Don't jinx it.
What?
Don't jinx it.
Oh,
Get some
okay.
superstitious people here.
All I'm gonna say is I thought I know these folks around the table and the team are scared to death of what I'm gonna do because I asked so many questions, and we might not get out of here till midnight tonight, but I am trying to rein myself in. So anyway, is the service Josh just told me don't jinx the quickness we're going through this. So I'm not going to mention that it is time for a BREAK, but does the Services Committee feel like they would like to go ahead until and do the their report, and then we can take a morning break, if that's agreeable to the rest at the pleasure of the board. Okay, Brandon.
This is, of course, where we always make up for that time that we've saved.
Brandon, she forced you to come up here, so would you rather take a break?
I would put one caveat on our needs. Elena, with the broadband report, is on the last section of our agenda, is in another meeting right now, so we may need to take a break before we bring her up, but otherwise I think we're okay to go with our SBIR and Kickstart requests.
Great,
So,
take it away.
very good. Well, Mr. Committee Chairman and the rest of the board, I'm happy to introduce you to Taylor Vignaroli, our Entrepreneurship Manager, who will be going through some of our requested changes to the SBIR program rules as well as the Kickstart program rules. And so without further ado, Taylor.
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us. Thank you for having me.
Could I request that you speak into the microphones, gentlemen?
Yes, is that better? Thank you for having me. Today, I would like to go through a couple programs that I have the pleasure of operating and running as Entrepreneur Development Manager here at the Wyoming Business Council. We have two programs, SBIR Matching Grant, which is a small business innovation research grant run through the federal agencies, and a Kickstart program. SBIR has been a very successful and enjoyable project to work on in my time here for the last 9 months. And in that time, I have seen some opportunities for change and updating as we are understanding more clearly our role within the state and the entrepreneur startup ecosystem around the state. With that, we also have the Kickstart program, which was a program that we ran a number of years ago. And for a number of reasons, it has not been run for the last several years. So we would like to bring that program back. And as we are continuing to understand in better clarity this entrepreneur and startup ecosystem and the needs thereof, as we wanted to bring that program back, we decided it would be a good opportunity for us to also update the program rules for that program as well. So that is why we have the two programs that we're presenting today. And if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and get started on that. So I mentioned it briefly, but I've outlined a few of the reasons why we felt it would be important to update the rules for both of these programs. Ultimately, as we were reviewing both sets, which I will mention, they are very similar. SBIR, since it is a federal matching program, is going to have nuance and specificity to that program that we won't see in the Kickstart program, but by and large, you'll see a lot of consistency across them. So ultimately, with that consistency, we were seeing consistencies in improvement as well. So ultimately, clarity, consistency, accuracy, those sorts of things were important for us to look at and assess as we were looking at these. So we're trying to get away from as much verbiage that does not communicate well as possible, and clarify and condense that down into a more meaningful set of rules. So that's kind of the overview of why we chose to do what we're doing. And there are 3 sections under review for these 2 rules: definitions, application requirements, program eligibility, and the application process. SBIR has all 3 of these sections that we'll be seeing updates in. The Kickstart program, we will only see updates in the latter of the 2, or the latter of the 3. On to the next slide, we'll go ahead and continue into the SBIR rule updates that we are proposing. In section 3, definitions, we are updating phase 1 and phase 2 awards. With this being a federal matching grant program, there is a lot of nuance here. And so ultimately what we're seeing in these new definitions is the ability for us to tailor our matching grant program to the federal awards that are out there. So the way we have it written right now is a little restrictive, and there are some phase 2 awards specifically offered by Air Force, for example, that we are not able to match. And so by rewriting this, we're providing a more inclusive language for these phase 2 awards specifically. So this is an opportunity for us to provide more matching funding to more companies that are going after these various versions of phase 2 awards. So those are the definitions that we're updating in SBIR. On to the next slide, we'll see application requirements, program eligibility section. The big thing to note in this one is the sole proprietorship. We felt it would be important to remove sole proprietorship from the rules here as a requirement, as we felt we are trying to tailor these programs to businesses that have high growth capacity. And as sole proprietors, sole proprietorships, we didn't feel that really matched our intent with these programs. So we've removed sole proprietorship from that. Outside of that, there's a bit of a clarification in the middle section here, where we no longer have this fund run out of the Endow program. This fund is run out of the Wyoming Business Council General Fund. So that was kind of a change in the last 5 years when this program was started. So we're just updating that for a more clear and accurate requirement. On that last one, on that last section, we are removing the good faith declaration of intent to live in Wyoming because it exists in statute. And so that just was redundant, and we didn't feel like that was necessary since it's already in statute. So we're removing that last section. On to the next slide. We'll see that the big change here is that we're removing non-state investment, commitment to seeking additional non-state investment, specifically with the intent that in the future, some of these companies would likely try to go after the YVC program dollars. And so we felt it would be important to remove that, so it would allow them flexibility to go after the YVC, the new venture capital fund that the Business Council is running. So that is more of it in conjunction with the current programs that we offer. On to the next slide. We'll move on to the application process. This is all mostly clarification language. So right now we're allowing council staff to serve the role as managing this program as we are currently doing. So it's just more of an accurate application process. The big thing to note with the process here that we would like to change is, instead of receiving applications on a rolling basis, we would like to receive applications on a quarterly basis. This is more of a strategic effort, knowing that we're also bringing back Kickstart program, in that it allows us to more fluidly operate and manage these programs. It's a good bit of work to manage them as they're coming in, and it can get very nuanced and very complicated. So we felt it would be helpful not only for the SBIR but Kickstart to move these over to quarterly. So they will both be doing that. So it's allowing us to manage those programs more efficiently. On to the next slide, we'll see that there's some more clarification language, changing verbiage from council staff or council to council staff, which by definition council is council board. So that's what we're seeing there. Again, more clarification language on this slide, so nothing big to report on that one. On the next slide, more in the application process. We currently have it in rule that we would get approval from the governor's office. This goes back to how the fund has been managed. So this used to, since it was an endow fund run out of the governor's office, we would need approval from their office in order to fund these grants. Now that that has moved over to the Business Council General Fund, we can now we don't need to go to the governor to get approval. So we're removing that for that reason. The next section in the agreement template, we already work in close concert with the Attorney General's office to create an agreement template. So that's already a part of our process and standard operating procedures. So we felt, just for clarification and condensation of the rules, that we wanted to get rid of that as well, since it's already a part of our routine. On the next slide, again, in application process, more clarification language, specifically around the council and council staff. Nothing big to note there. On the next slide, again, application process. We're changing the verbiage in this section to allow us a more streamlined way of managing our reporting. So currently, we're going off of a calendar year. With these federal grants, they do not operate on a calendar year. It's all based off of how and when these applicants go after the federal funds. And so with our reporting requirements being based off a calendar year, it could be the fact that a business could apply and 1 month later, after not really having had much opportunity to do much, they would be required by our current rule setup to report to us. We don't feel it would be necessary to make them go after that. Wouldn't be meaningful to them and it wouldn't be helpful to us. So we're actually shifting our timeline for reporting to be based off of the awardee's award date instead of just a general calendar. So this would allow those awardees to have, and us, a more meaningful process behind our reporting. So that's what we're seeing in this section here. On the next slide, still with the application process, we're updating this section to help alleviate some of the otherwise strenuous requirements that we have in place. They're not things that we have seen very helpful. And so we wanted to get rid of them from rule. And in the very last section here, we're adding a section specifically stating additional reporting requirements may be outlined in the SBIR grant agreement between the awardee and the council. So ultimately what we're doing is we're removing some of the requirements, the reporting requirements specifically in the rule, and allowing ourselves to have flexibility within our grant agreement with the awardee. So if we find that there's something that would be specifically helpful for us to see in their reports, then we can build in and tailor that report to what we feel would be helpful to us at that time, allowing us more or less flexibility in that as we continue to understand what is helpful for us and what is helpful for them, and understanding the entrepreneur ecosystem. So that is the major change in this section. On the next slide, this is just a minor change now that we're adding in that last section about the reporting requirements being outlined in the grant agreement. You'll see that we're just changing the numeric value there. And that's all I have for SBIR, so I can go ahead and move on to Kickstart rule updates.
Thank you, Taylor. So we have to deal with this first action item, correct?
I would leave, I guess, if it's a question to Amy, but since it's there, it makes sense to go ahead.
Okay, I think sounds good. Thanks, Taylor. I imagine dealing with these rules are probably one of the more stimulating parts of your job.
And just as much as it is yours.
Yeah, right on the edge. Keeps you right on the edge of your seat, does that?
Right.
Yeah. Thanks. Any questions for Taylor on the rules? I can certainly see the benefit of attuning that with the workflow with federal and various guidelines. So good job.
Thank you.
And I'm serious. So any questions for Taylor? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the first item there as a consideration for the recommendations for to amend the rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved there, and seconded by Atlanta. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee
Next.
Chair.
Next.
On to the next. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, what we'll see here in the Kickstart rule updates will be very similar, but since the programs are different, there will be some differences here. So with that, we'll get started with section 4, application requirements and program eligibility. Right now in rule, we have 50 employees as a requirement for a business, a maximum of 50 employees for a requirement. That was more or less that's a definition, our own internal definition of a small business that we felt would be a good fit for this program. Now that we have started to understand and see the ecosystem a little bit differently, we wanted to remove that or move that down to 25 individuals. This program is going to be more designed for early stage ventures and ultimately gearing them towards equity funding and getting them prepared for going after equity funding. And so we felt moving that down would be a little bit more appropriate for that audience. In the next section, we are changing some verbiage that refers to the Endow 20-year economic diversification strategy, which doesn't really align currently with the Wyoming Business Council's strategy. So, or it's maybe just not as clear. So right now, we would like to change that to being in alignment with the state of Wyoming's economic development strategy. It's a little more of a clarification than anything. This next line item, be, own, or manage a high growth potential company, more in alignment with the target audience, own or manage a high growth potential company. That is a reference going back to the sole proprietorship. So it's not outlined there, but it's a bit implied. So we wanted to remove all ambiguity in that section. On to the next slide, continuing on with application requirements and program eligibility. This section that you'll see is, I briefly spoke to it, but we're understanding the startup ecosystem in a much different way now. And what we would like to do is start integrating our process and our programs with other efforts around the resource partners in the state. And so I don't think this is the right slide. Sorry. Yes, this one. Thank you. So you'll see outlined here that we've added a list of additional requirements as it pertains to how we understand and how we're trying to work more fluidly with our resource partners and the current state of the ecosystem. As such, we're proposing that a requirement for this to be eligible for this program, applicants would have to be a finalist in a pitch competition or graduate of an accelerator program, or have previously founded or failed or exited a previous company, or have previously helped raise meaningful equity funding in a meaningful capacity. So again, understanding how this program might fit into the greater context of the resource partners and the entrepreneur ecosystem. We're tailoring this with the intent that the businesses that we want to incubate are the ones that can maximize our ability to provide opportunity for job creation and growth and economic diversification. And we feel those businesses, the high growth potential companies, are the ones that would be able to do that. And therefore, we're trying to think about this program as a means of incubating them towards equity funding. And so having had gone through these pitch competitions or accelerators, it will ultimately give us a better applicant that we can then hone and sharpen their pitch skills and their understanding of what it means to go after equity funding through this program. So that is why we're adding in those additional components and requirements for this program. On the next slide, you'll see that in the program eligibility, we're noting that there is a maximum of award amount of $75,000 over the life of the company. Currently, the maximum award is, or the award amounts as stated in statute is $5,000 to $50,000. And so we are given flexibility there. Our understanding is that how we want to run this program is going back again to that idea of incubation and sharpening of their skill sets. And if we see a company that's not quite ready for the next steps, but we still want to provide funding, we would be able to do so in this way, maximizing $75,000. So if they say got $20,000 their first round, they could then come back for an additional grant, assuming that they've sharpened those skills and gotten a little further than their previous attempt. So this provides us a little bit more flexibility in how we're allowing businesses to grow and mature through this program. On to the next slide. We're seeing some more of that clarification language in the application process section. Again, surrounding council staff versus council. On the next slide, we'll see some more of that clarification language. In this section, we're also updating, instead of a rolling application period, we're changing that to quarterly. We're proposing that be changed to quarterly. On the next slide, still in the application process, we're seeing the same section in this as we did in SBIR, referring to the agreement template in coordination with the Attorney General's office. That is still a part of our process and our standard operating procedure. So we're asking that we remove that. On the next slide, still in the application process, we're removing some of those barriers that we felt weren't particularly helpful or just not all that clear. In addition, now that we're changing the dollar amounts or understanding the dollar amounts that we can award, those $5,000 to $50,000 awards, we're thinking about that as we're considering the timeline for reporting associated with these grants. So if a company were awarded a smaller grant amount, we didn't feel we would want them to be reporting for 12 months for a $6,000 grant. So we're allowing ourselves a little bit more flexibility in consideration of that, moving the application report or the reporting timeline from 12 to 6 months, all the way up to 15. On the next slide, we'll see in the application process section still more changes, allowing further clarification and more concise language. In addition to the SBIR annual reporting requirements, we're adding in language here to provide ourselves the flexibility in our grant agreement between the awardee and ourselves, saying that additional reporting requirements may be outlined in that agreement. So this is the same language that we saw in the last. And that is all I have for Kickstart.
Thank you again, Taylor. Any questions for Taylor on the rules for the Kickstart? Yeah.
Mr. Committee Chair, it's a statement that I'd rather is Josh was talking. was talking earlier today about not just having BRC. And I just want to make a statement that these are additional resources that our EDOs, our Main Street directors can use. And I just really appreciate these changes and these additions. I think it shows that we're working with our partners across the state, using the pitch challenges and just really working together and having those resources for those boots on the ground. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer.
Thank you.
Mr. Committee Chair, just a quick
Yes.
question.
Mr. Klein.
Taylor, you mentioned that the Kickstarter program has not been utilized in several years. I'm just wondering why it went dormant and why it's coming back now, and also how you see it playing with the SSBCI or YVC program.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Klein. So there are probably others that could answer the first question better than I could, since I've only been around 9 months. But to my understanding, 2020 was a hard year. And as such, there were things that took a higher priority. And to my knowledge, there were also a lot of issues with the program, or it wasn't serving the role that it needed to at the time. And so that was kind of why it fell off onto the back burner, so to speak. Again, now bringing it back as to the why, we're starting to recognize that opportunity to access capital is important in the state, and there are not very many mechanisms to do so. And so this provides us an opportunity to play a role in that space in filling a gap of service. As it pertains to the latter of those three questions, ultimately, we're seeing this as an opportunity to fill that gap and then also tailor that specific program or this program to the needs of those going after the YVC program, and understanding that to get to the point where they're going after YVC dollars, the SSBCI dollars, there's a big learning curve that has to happen between the time that you start your business to that time. And so organizations like Impact 307 and all of our resource partners out there that are doing the work to help incubate and get these companies accelerated to that point are fantastic, but we're a small state with small resources, and this plays a role in that, knowing that this can allow opportunity for not only funding, but additional honing of those skill sets to be able to pitch and successfully acquire those equity funds.
Thank you.
Suffice to say, it's time to kickstart.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the rules as presented. It's been moved by Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Thayer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. And looks like Brandon, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Before we start into the memo requesting spending authority, I do want to point out, as you all have no doubt recognized, how fantastic of an entrepreneurship manager we do have in Taylor. As he noted, 9 months on this job, he has shown extreme expertise and great skill in this, and has really shown himself to be a leader, an acknowledged leader in the entrepreneurship space, and especially among our partners outside of this organization. So we're really proud of all the work that he's done. Very proud of the entire services team, actually. But thank you, Taylor. Excellent. So, and now for the less impressive portion. Here we go. So before you, members of the board, you'll see on page, I believe, 74 of your board packet is a memo from the services team requesting spending authority for the SBIR program. As Taylor noted earlier, the the program has moved from endow funding, which was previously done where we would ask the governor's office for authority to spend as we approved individual SBIR matching grants. As this is general fund now, legislature allocated $5 million towards that fund in this past fiscal year. And to date, we've spent, I believe, approximately $1.81 million of that. We anticipate spending the full $2 million that you've authorized for us before the end of the fiscal year, of course, at the end of June. With that, we would like to request authority in this coming year to spend the additional $3 million. It's much more than $3 million that remains in that account. As you recall, last year, the request is based on essentially business council policy to ask for board permission for contracts exceeding $100,000. Fair amount of these, maybe the majority would exceed $100,000. So we'd request the authority to provide these matching funds to companies without having a board meeting to officially do that on each one. So I'm happy to take any questions that I probably don't know the answer to. And with that, there is a fairly specific and lengthy motion at the bottom of the menu that I believe is the needed wording that would be giving us the official permission. So, Mr. Committee Chair, I would toss it back to you for questions or motion.
Anyone have any questions for Brandon?
Mr. Committee Chair, just a quick question on funding for Kickstart. I know we've got the memo for this, but where does the funding for the Kickstart program come from?
Yeah, Mr. Klein, I actually believe that is, I'm going to say the wrong thing here. Taylor's going to know this better. I believe that is also general fund passed in the same legislative session.
For the Kickstart fund, that actually is in endow. So that does get run through the governor's office. Sorry, Brandon.
Thanks. I told you it was good.
Ms. Grinfeld.
Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to add to what Brandon was saying. The request for this memo is to help us make sure that we're keeping up with the speed of these applications, that we're not slowing down funding for these applications. And so that's why we're requesting the authorization to go ahead and do those despite the $100,000 threshold that we typically bring to you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the action item for the authorized investment as stated in the board packet.
I'll so move per the language specified in the memo in the board packet.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Thayer. Any further discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Thank you very much for your effort on this. And Elena is back as well.
Very good. Well, Mr. Chairman, speaking of fantastic service members, service teams members, the Business Council, I will at this time ask Elena Zippel to come up and provide you with a report on our broadband programs. If I may so crudely state, Elena has been basically kicking butts and taking names in the broadband world as of late, managing extraordinarily complex and high dollar federal programs expertly, and getting a team of contractors that are doing a lot of work on the side for that too. So anyway, with that, Miss Elena Zippel.
Mothers had eyes in the back of their head. I didn't know Brandon did, and that I was back in the room. And when I left the regional team, the average speed that they travel went up. I just want that part of the record. Right? Okay. My report today, in broadband, we often name several different types or 7 different parts of our program, the same name, and it's a barrier to entry so that none of the riffraff get in. So I'm going to tell you about 3 different challenges that we have going on right now. We have a challenge to the fabric data. Lightbox is a company we retained to do the state of Wyoming mapping. They completed that. We submitted that challenge. We've been asked for more verification. We will submit that also to the FCC. That challenge is to the FCC map for BSLs. That's broadband serviceable locations. Those BSLs dictate per formula how much money will be distributed to each state. At this point, initially we thought we would get 500 million. That was down to 340 million. And now we are with our other consultant working with 304 million. So we're with a lot of the rural states that are seeing less money than we initially thought. There's concern about that. And that's what our legislative team, I guess, is writing letters and kicking butt and taking names as we talk. And we're hoping that Wyoming will see a larger portion of that. The second challenge that we're doing is to the state map. With Lightbox and the state map, we released that on April 17th to the ISPs to look at their maps and look at what we published and look for location differences and serviceability differences. So type 1 and type 2 differences. They have come in. We have heard from 6 to 7 ISPs. And right now our consultant, David Johnson, is doing heroic efforts by himself to go through those thousands of differences and see what is different, what is valid and what is not. When he is done, we have another tier of evaluation that CTC will be conducting for us, and it'll go back to Lightbox. We'll meld all those valid changes to that map. When that map is all done, then we will open up the application for the CPF funds. That is the ARPA 604 funds. The allocation to the state was 109 million. The broadband received 75 million of that. We set aside some planning dollars. We don't think we'll use them all, but at this point in time, there's a minimum of 70.5 million that we will distribute through the CPF ARPA 604 funds. That only took 6 months to get that one done. So we are working on that CPF application. It's an online application, and I really want to thank the SSBCI efforts and their application, and Bert Adam for running the gauntlet for us before we put ours together, because it certainly made our job much, much easier. And I'm excited because we've talked about an online application before I had gray hair and here at the Business Council. So it's an exciting time for me to see that finally coming, and that the BRC probably will be there at some time too. It's just the efficiency of it is very exciting. Then we are talking with CTC McKinsey regularly. They are doing right now the stakeholder part, engagement part of what's called the BEAD and digital access funds. That's the $42.45 billion that are out there that was passed in the IIJA bill there. So we have conducted the virtual sessions. There were 8 of them. They were done last week. And we had, believe it or not, some broadband issues and some of the virtual sessions were not very good. So we chose the best one, and that's the only one you'll see again, and it's on the website. What we really wanted out of those was the surveys. They are also on the website. You can fill out more than one. You can fill out many multiple times if you want to. It'd be great if you would, because that looks like we really have engaged everyone. But we're trying very hard. There are 8 covered populations that are identified by the federal government that we are reaching out to with those surveys. They will be ongoing throughout this for the stakeholder engagement process. We are now planning about 15 to 18 in-person meetings throughout the state. So if you see one, I would please come. You'll learn a lot about how this is all tied together. At the end of this stakeholder engagement process, which actually really doesn't ever end, we will continue. Our consultant is helping draft 5 things for us. They're going to draft the digital access plan. They're going to draft the BEAD 5-year plan. They're going to draft the initial proposal, the challenge plan, and the final proposal. That digital access plan is due September 30th. The BEAD 5-year plan is due October 30 or August 30th. So we have a lot of things in a short time to get done. We just have to submit them. We don't have to have them approved by Treasury by those dates. They just simply have to be submitted. The exciting part for me right now is we're bringing McKinsey on with CTC, and they have a thing called the Broadband Lab. It's a app or a tool where we can put in different inputs and get out what kind of benefit. So it's like having a radio that had a twirly thing that you put on your stations. Some of you will remember doing that. And so what we're doing, we're trying to go from this end to this end. And this end is all fiber and costly. And this end is maybe satellite and maybe fixed wireless on unlicensed spectrum, and trying to find where we're going to tune that in to get the most people served in the state of Wyoming. The federal government is going to tell us what high cost areas are. And then we're going to have to determine what extremely high cost areas are. That's up to the state. An initial report by a company called Cartesian said that 90% of Wyoming's coverage would be in the high cost area. Probably that's pretty accurate. But there's going to be some that are extremely high cost, $200,000 per pass, which probably isn't the best investment for us. So as we use that broadband lab, which is really fascinating to put in those inputs and to see it change, how that will go. That's what we're working on right now as we gather this data. So it is complex. I will tell you that if I didn't have Dave Johnson, I don't know we wouldn't be where we're at by any means. He's been extremely helpful and kind as he has trained me in this area. And we took a picture yesterday of the broadband team. Actually, it turns out to be most of the people at the Business Council who all call and say, can you help right now? Because that's what the feds do. They want whatever they want. They want it as soon as possible. And then you might be a delay before you hear from them. But I think we haven't missed a deadline yet. And I'm pretty pleased considering how intense it was for a while. And we're going to have another 6 months of intensity. With that, I'll entertain any questions. I didn't put anyone to sleep, right?
I think everybody's awake.
Oh,
Elena, thank you. Any questions for Elena? Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. So Elena, I have a couple of questions. Number one, the stakeholder meetings that are going to be in place. What is the timeline for those? Who's participating and how are you going to are you publishing or marketing that? How is that getting out to the public?
Probably I'll start with the end of your question because that's what I can remember right now. We have a list of emails that we send out. We have our website. We rely heavily on AnyQuick and what the Business Council does. They're publishing in their regular places, Facebook and LinkedIn. I am relying on the regionals to point out, you really need to include this and this person. The beauty of Wyoming is there's only 575,000 people, and for the most part, we are pretty webbed together to get that information out of there. We just have to prioritize yet another webinar or meeting, and sometimes that's hard.
Okay, so timeline. That was the first part of my question.
We got a little late start on this with that August and September deadlines. We're running those in-person meetings at the best time of the year, right? The last 2 weeks in May, maybe bleeding into the first 2 weeks into June. So we're competing with graduations, but we just didn't feel like we could delay any longer.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
May I ask one more question?
Please.
Thank you. So when you were talking about the federal government determining the high cost area and then the state determining the higher cost areas. So how the federal government, do they have mapping for this? And how does that tie in with our mapping?
The FCC does. They contracted with a company called CostQuest and did a fabric based upon things like UCLA data, ESRI data, the ISP 477 maps that they're required to put in every year. They put that together. Initially, those were pretty private maps. That was a contract with the FCC. About 2 weeks ago, they said we have access to those. So when we filed that first challenge I talked about, Lightbox, we differed on 4,400 and some locations, and that was our challenge. Of those 4,500 locations, about 1,600 of them were unserved. And so that's why we challenged, because the unserved number was lower than what they had, the FCC maps had, and you get more money for unserved BSLs.
Okay, thank you. I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith.
And this is just a quick follow-on question tied to the BSLs and the federal protest. Do we have any idea in terms of what our confidence looks like in terms of the challenge upholding our findings versus the FCC coming back and saying, no, we're going to stick with our mapping process and proceed?
Probably the best way to that is to see what they've done with the other states. Probably they won't do much.
Okay.
But if there's any where you go back and you say, hey, look, you didn't put these in, we are missing funds, we are missing a great number of people. We've been encouraged to do it and to do it often, to resubmit those, because there might be funds in the future. There might be some reassignment of funds, and that's why they've told us to do that. Wyoming, probably with the funding that's coming through BEAD and through the CPF, we'll see 30 to 40% of our need built out, which in one shot, that's pretty good.
It is. Thank you for the clarification on that.
Anything else?
Mr. Co-Chair, if I might.
Please.
One thing I wanted to just sort of clarify for everyone who's here and those who might be watching online is that, these programs that Elaine is talking about today are federal programs. So we are beholden to federal rules. We are beholden to all of those not just stringent requirements, but also the way they look at those BSLs or our state. And the work that Elena and Dave and the team at CTC McKinsey are doing is working to maximize the investment that we can get. But we will not cover the entire state. Not everyone will have fiber to their phone or whatever it might be. That was not as funny a joke as Elena's been throwing out there. But so I think we just all need to remember that we want to maximize that federal money so that we can get as much of our need covered as possible. But there are other ways to cover that need and provide good broadband for the state. And of course, the state funds that we have had for a number of years are another, while they're a very small amount, that is another amount that we can utilize at some point in the future. And then of course, the companies that are working, the ISPs that are working across the state to invest their own private funding into covering this. And so I think we just need to make sure that we understand that there are multiple buckets. Each of those buckets have requirements. They may not be the panacea, but they are going to help in the process. And it's an awful lot of work that Elena is working on. It's really complex, and it's going to be complex for a long time. And I think that we've all done a good job of getting up to speed on that. And it's just important for us to remember that there are other ways that we can continue to build out broadband in the state. And I think what we want to continue to help people understand is where the state can fill a gap and where those private companies can also help out and make sure that we're all working together on that. So thanks, Elena, for putting a lot of sense to a very, very complicated and difficult thing to explain, and also to making it so that our partners across the state, whether it be the private companies, whether it be all of the entities that are sort of watching it, and our board understand it. So thank you.
May I add 2 more comments? Mr. Durrell, you're exactly right. For years, we've used what's called USDA CAF, Connect America funds. We've used Reconnect, and those may sound more familiar to you. Those are still available programs. And we've had 2 large, one a $9 million one in the Bighorn Basin and a $6 million one in Lincoln Teton County just recently in round 3. So you make steps all along the way. The last thing, which is, and we understand it, is the federal government, because we're under federal rules, has prioritized fiber. And they've prioritized fiber for a number of reasons. I got to think that they have a think tank there that consider all the possibilities, and they're looking at sustainability and expandability. Fiber is. But we'll look at other things like satellite and unlicensed fixed wireless for those extremely high cost areas. But fiber is their priority. And so I really thank you for saying these are federal funds, and we have less leeway because of that in there. And we understand the federal government says they're technology neutral, but they prefer strongly fiber. And that's part of the negotiation that we're trying to do.
Ms. Grenfell.
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, just a couple of things. When Elena talks about those ARPA 604 funds for the CPF program, that program is going to be known as Connect Wyoming 2.0. You may remember that term from our 2020 CARES Act days. And so we'll be running a similar program. Those awards will come before the board of directors. And so you will play a role there in understanding where that money is going, who it's going to, and in what amounts. And so you'll see that in a future board meeting. It may be a special board meeting as a heads up, but you will see that. So you'll play a role there. The other thing that I wanted to just mention and remind all of us is that we do with Mr. Kenyon, Ms. Johnson, and Ms. Moore online, we are watching to see if they've got any comments, and if they do have comments, we're asking that they raise their hands, and then we'll let you know if they want to speak or add anything. So I don't know at this time if we want to make sure that we acknowledge them and see if they have any comments on this topic.
Thank you for the clarification. Any questions from our online board members?
No.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Anything?
Um,
sorry, I just said not at this time.
This is Chuck Kenyon. I just want to state that I'm amazed at the job that Elaine is doing. It's a remarkably complex topic. I was involved in broadband back in the day when there was dial-up. She's handling a massive project that we should probably look at cloning her about 4 times over before we burn her out. But thank you, Elena, for the work you're doing on this.
Thank you for your comments. Anything else?
I just would like to thank you for that clarification on the federal side of their strong bias towards fiber. I know a state like this, we've got large distances and hard places to reach, so we rely on fixed wireless significantly. But it's good to know that one of the main issues is that federal funding background. So thanks for that clarification. That helps a lot.
Anything else?
So, Mr. Committee Chair.
Sure.
So Elena, can you just highlight, I know this is going to be Connect Wyoming 2.0. Can you just highlight a few of the big differences that we find with the rollout of this versus the first program? Because the first program was really awesome. We got a lot of flexibility and we took advantage of it and we got a lot of stuff in the ground. And I'm just wondering, I know when we've talked previously, there's been some discussion that this won't be as flexible as our first program.
CARES Act had a short timeline to turn over. There was a lot, well, I'm not going to say a lot, but there was freedom given to the states to make sure that they put together a program that would allow and get into under those timelines. CPF has a 98-page Treasury guideline document with it. And I find it exciting. I bet you guys won't. If we would go through that, to highlight differences is we have to meet all kinds of, we have to meet the auditing requirements, we have to meet the review requirements, and we gave the agency more time to think about what they wanted to do, where the CARES Act, there was looser guidelines on that. We have a contract that's a little tighter to make sure we take into account all of those requirements in the guidelines. Mostly what accounts for the two differences is time. The CPF, the ARPA 604 has to be substantially complete by the end of 2026, which in the back of my mind, I'm like that crocodile, tick, 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 all the time. We have got to get this stuff out quickly, or because we have this construction season in Wyoming, and we don't want to miss too many more of those.
Do we get to sorry, Mr. Committee Chair, Elena, do we get to maintain like some of the flexibility we had in terms of where we put priorities in terms of the dollars, or are we getting a tighter eligibility around that? Because I know we just, we kind of got a lot of flexibility in terms of priorities, and knowing that we still had some up and down criteria in terms of where is most in need. But do you find with the new program guidelines, there's going to be a lot more layers or requirements put around that?
There are going to be, and we put together, I'm sorry, forgive me, I don't do Madam Chair and all of that. I don't remember how that works. We have a guidelines document, we have a scoring matrix, and they were based priority is given to fiber. We're unserved, and interestingly, now it's 120 is the minimum. They want 100 symmetrical. So with that scoring document, areas are weighted depending on the number, the percentage that's unserved, the percentage that's underserved. Match is weighted. Yeah, so we've had time to put together a document too that would change it. Our eligibility, you're eligible if you're a local government, which is a county or city government, but as an ISP to be eligible, you must have submitted to the Wyoming state mapping requirement. So yeah, the eligibility is limiting. When we publish the application, which I was hoping would be the 15th of May, I just don't think we're going to make that though. So no announcement. The scoring matrix and the guidelines document will be released at the same time. All applicants will understand how we are scoring that and can tailor their applications to that.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to add really quickly and to kind of put this into a perspective that this is a major turning point for Wyoming in our broadband infrastructure. We're going to receive 400 million-ish of federal money to invest in this broadband infrastructure in our state. In our lifetimes, we may never see that again. And so the role that the Business Council is playing, the role that Elena is playing and driving out what happens in our state and how we look going forward, this is a point in time that we should all be celebrating. It's very, very exciting. And there's a lot of effort and thought to really maximize these federal dollars to get us forward as much as we can. And so big kudos to Elena for trying to keep all this together, because there's actually 3 different federal programs that are coming into play here. 3 different programs with 3 different guidelines, 3 different requirements, 3 different purposes. And Elena's doing an excellent job of keeping track of all of that. So I'm excited about where we go in this and what it looks like as we get into these awards and get that broadband infrastructure in the ground or in the air, wherever it needs to be.
Thank you, Ms. Grenfell, and I concur. I think that this is no less than important than if we were deciding to build roads to all of our communities. So anything else?
I'll end with this. My dad was old, so just so you know, he was born in 1906. And one of the things he worked on was getting electricity. This feels just like that to me.
Anything else? Well, I'll just say toward the end here that when Elena and the team get Wyoming connected, that I'll make a prediction that they get a consultancy to connect the Indonesian islands. The task is no less. So thank you. Thank you very much. Anything else, Brandon?
Mr. Committee Chair, that is all we have for you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the very hard work. And Madam Co-Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair the Services Committee. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. So now we are way ahead of schedule.
We're making efficient use of our time.
We are. So if it's okay with the Strategies Committee, we will take a short break of maybe 15 minutes and be back here at about 10:25. Okay, great. All right. So, oh, yeah, it's work. So can we continue on with our meeting? The board members will be back in a minute.
You should hold your thing up for the microphone.
Yeah, really. So we will continue now with the strategy committee. Committee chair Eric Aarons is not here today. He's excused. So Sarah is going to continue on. Thank you, Sarah.
Green. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So we're going in a little bit different direction today, and then we'll come back to what we know, which is wonky strategy stuff. But what you see on here right now is a picture of my great grandmother. She's the baby in this photo. It was taken in 1890 in Missouri. And I have this up here, and just wait, we'll get back to the good stuff, the strategy stuff. But I have this up there because I wanted to take a minute to sort of ground us in why we do all of the work that we do. This is, like I said, my great grandma, my great grandmother. So the daughter of the baby in this photo, she and my great grandfather moved to Wyoming from Missouri in the 1950s to start an oil and gas drilling company. My great grandpa died young. He died when my grandfather, his only son, was 13 years old. And that forced my great grandma, the daughter of this baby in this photo, to take over the drilling company and run a drilling company in the 60s as a woman. And that was something that was really unprecedented at the time. Ben, can you move the slide? There you go. Okay, this is my grandfather on the other side. He grew up in Buffalo. My family homesteaded outside in Buffalo, and they raised sheep, and some of my family is still up in that area. But my grandfather, he decided to go in a different direction from the rest of his family. He decided to go to medical school, and we have these old letters that showed just how frivolous his family thought that decision was. So he did it anyway. He moved to Michigan to start going to school to become a doctor, and then World War II started, and so he got put on pause. And I'm telling these stories because when I first read the growth perspective that the Harvard Growth Lab put together, what I saw in it was really the story of my family. And I think it's the story of that a lot of us have seen throughout our family. And I was talking to a lot of you last night about stories from your family and stories that that you've kind of passed down through the years. But I thought a lot about the tension and the discomfort when I was reading the growth perspective. There's a lot of sort of challenges that they highlight in there, and a lot of really uncomfortable changes in historical events that Wyoming's kind of been a part of throughout the years. So I was really thinking about how my family fit into those, and how all of us kind of fit into those. And so that growth perspective, I learned a lot from it, but at the same time, it felt really familiar because I think it was a good depiction of really who we are and where we come from. And so this discomfort, this tension that I keep talking about,
It's woven through my family. And of course, I know my family's Wyoming history the best of any of us, but all of us sort of have some of that. But what stuck with me through the stories that have been passed down through my family is not actually the big challenges, but the resilience that each of my family members has been able to summon. So after my great grandpa died, my great grandmother, I can't go back, but the daughter of the baby in this photo, she ran a successful drilling company through the 70s and 80s and became a real leader in the state, and under just the worst of circumstances to start out with, and really sort of thrived and has inspired many women, including myself, and men to lead in sort of new and bold ways. And then my grandfather, this guy, he came back from World War II, went back to medical school, finished up his degree, and then he started the first radiology clinic in Wyoming. And so he actually took technology that was developed by the Department of Defense and then started implementing that to help people in Wyoming. And so that resilience is really what has stuck with me through all of the stories that have been passed down through my family. And I know that that's not unique to me. I know that every one of you on the board has stories of resilience in your family or things that you've overcome yourself. And I know people on staff, I know very well that we have all of that resilience that ties us together too, because that's who we are. And so right now in this moment, we have new challenges. Some of them are eerily similar to the ones that my great grandma faced in the 80s, for example, when, booms and busts and all of that good stuff. And some of them are brand new, but what I know is we have a choice, regardless of what challenge it is. We have a choice. We can either let those challenges overcome us, or we can find that resilience and do something about it. And I know that's what we're going to do, because that's who we are. That's who we are as Wyomingites. And that's kind of where we are in strategy execution right now. We've been working a long time to kind of wrap our heads around, what are these challenges? How do we face them? How do we face them together? And the team will talk more in specifics about what we're doing about that now, but what we're doing is we're rising to the occasion. We're getting to work. We're getting to work in really actionable ways. And we're doing it a little bit differently now. We're charting our own new and even better path forward. We're not doing it through silver bullets. That won't work. We're trying to find the right problems to solve. We're not doing it by ourselves. That will never work. Instead, we're creating this culture of kind of candid debate internally. And if you pop into any of our meetings at the Business Council or any of our kind of group chats, you'll see what's going on there. And we're reaching out across the state to our partners through things like the Academy, the Code of the West social media campaign, and probably most impactfully through our one-on-one conversations and our meaningful partnerships. Some of those those conversations are had over a cup of coffee, and you guys might know that we have a goal of drinking 1,000 cups of coffee. So I think we're getting there. Josh may have gotten to about 900 so far this morning. So yeah, so we're doing it together. We've got the support of the Harvard Growth Lab, but we're really owning it. We're really owning the work that we're doing together, and owning our own new path future, or our own new path forward, excuse me. This isn't the first time we've tried something new. It won't be the last time we've tried something new. We know we won't solve our big problems in a week or a year or probably even 5 years, but What we do know is that we are committed to this. We are committed to this just like my great grandma was committed, just like my grandfather was committed, just like all of our families, and we are committed because that's who we are. So the team will talk more through what specifics we're getting to, but as you listen to this, I just have a quick ask for you. If, as you listen to each one of the projects that the team is going to be talking about today, if you feel like you have something that you could contribute meaningfully to any of these projects, or if you're just interested in one of them, please just let us know and think about that as you're learning more about them, because we welcome your participation and we can integrate you into these projects in any way that your schedule and your availability allows. So I can answer some questions, but I bet the team will do a better job at that. Any questions? All right, cool. Take it away.
Do we need to turn that one off? Is it echoey? Okay. All right. Figured this out earlier. Yeah, not now. All right, Ben. We're gonna need assistance. Oh, did I do that or did you do that? All right, if you'll go forward one more, that'd be great. Perfect. All right, so just as a quick overview, I think most of you have heard this part of the project. I know Josh said not call it project earlier, and now I can't help myself. But we wanted to just go over kind of a quick reminder of where we've been with this collaboration. We launched this project with the Harvard Kennedy School Growth Lab in the fall of 22. Since then, they have been in the state several times visiting with various partners and businesses and local leaders and really collecting a lot of information. We also had an opportunity as a team to go to Boston, to Harvard, and visit with several other teams within the Kennedy School that are working on different project initiatives. And Josh presented there in one of their Dev Talk series presentations that they do to a really great audience. I think there's a lot of participation. It was really nice to see the involvement, and our Growth Lab team said everyone was very excited to have us be there. They'd heard a lot about Wyoming and what we were doing, but they also spend a lot of time in the academic world, and to have practitioners there to really bounce ideas off of and talk through the things that they're working on, they were about as excited as we were, I think. So it was a really good opportunity. We've also had about 20 folks in Wyoming go through the Leading Economic Growth course. 15 of those through the Business Council. The group that's going through right now will actually finish up their class on Friday. And then there was a few of us before then, and 5 other partners from other places in the state. And so what that really is going to enable us to do is use this way to work in a more productive way, because we have a lot of people now who have started thinking through this process in a way that is not remarkably different, but also different enough to get us in a new mindset. The growth perspective, as Sarah mentioned, was one of the outcomes of the initial visits, and through subsequent visits and other conversations, we now have a more final-ish growth perspective. So that's out on the website. It's not much longer. There's only a few more pages, so you don't have to reread the whole thing entirely, but you can. And it's out there, and it will never probably be completely final, just in case there's things that we want to add, or there's data sets or anything that need to go into that later on. So now what we've really started digging into is the growth problem We go forward one, Ben, please. Thank you. So the growth problem that Harvard, the Growth Lab identified is that really the economic activities that we have going on right now that maybe aren't continuing to grow aren't going to be able to sustain the high quality of life that Wyomingites really enjoy. They have mentioned more than once, and maybe we all know this, but sometimes don't recognize it. We've got it pretty good. Wyoming hasn't been in this terrible economic depression. We have a lot of opportunities. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of things in our communities that there's places that just don't. And we want to be able to preserve that more than change it. I think that's something that people get a little bit nervous when we talk about economic development or diversification, that we want to make changes. What we really want to do is make sure that there's enough good jobs in our communities and that we are moving our economies forward so that our well-being is what we maintain. We know that the reliance on fossil fuels in the past has been maybe a challenge, or is presenting a challenge now, but we also know that that's an opportunity because there's other things that we can do. We know that places that have relied on mining and construction may be facing different challenges and could be helped by looking at different ways to bring tradable income jobs into their communities. But we know what the skills are that are there. And so we need to figure out, how do we get to that next level? And even in places where growth has continued and maybe hasn't been as impacted by the fossil fuels or the reliance on mining, there's still constraints to growth in housing specifically. That comes up a lot. I know you all hear it. We heard it this week and it won't go away for a while, I don't think. But we know that that's kind of a chicken and egg because we need to be able to support that larger workforce. So what do we need to do in that? And one of the most important things I think that our Growth Lab team has recognized, and they say all the time, is that they know that our communities all have different economies and challenges. We aren't a state with one challenge. We are a bunch of different places that kind of make that tapestry of the state. And so the growth of the state isn't going to necessarily result in all of our communities suddenly having amazing things, right? And so getting down into that local level and trying to identify how do we bring this work to them is kind of where we're going next. And I think that's what you're going to talk about.
Thank you, Heather. So yeah, I'm going to talk about the PDIA process and the approach that we are taking with Harvard in this project. So the PDIA process is a problem-driven iterative approach, and it's actually developed by the Harvard Kennedy School by a few professors there that are also working on this project with us. So to kind of set the stage, I guess, when you're looking at a situation, there's two approaches. One is this PDIA process. The other one is a solution-driven approach. And that kind of is like copy and paste. So you could say, for example, well, Nebraska instituted this policy. We should copy and paste that and bring that to Wyoming. They don't recommend that, and they don't use that. They, as in the Kennedy School, the Growth Lab, does not take that approach. They find the problem, use data, and apply approaches that are that the data kind of points us to. So there's really four components to the PDIA process, and the first component is what Heather was talking about: local solutions for local problems. Wyoming is not a there's many different local economies and there's local challenges throughout the state and throughout the regions, and they recognize that. So taking a look, using data, using the evidence, and finding solutions at the local level is going to be the most effective to build that economic growth that we're pushing for. The second component is pushing problem-driven positive deviance. It's a little bit of a mouthful. But really what that boils down to is what's working well. and what can we bring to other parts of the state, to other regions, to really kind of create that ecosystem of collaboration and organizational excellence. The third component is what you see up here. It's this kind of cycle approach to attacking problems. And then lastly is scaling through diffusion. So this is really the kind of action part of the PDIA process. It's getting stakeholders, other organizations to buy in to our process, to attacking or to addressing the problems that they are facing. So I think, the other thing that I like to say when discussing the PDIA process is really it's not anything novel. I think it's a lot of taking what private industry already does and what businesses already do and bringing it to government. Being nimble, being agile, and adding that kind of creativity, creative thinking to government is the way I kind of think about it.
All right. So part of what has really helped, I think, keep this project moving and keeping it relevant and exciting for all of us is that our core team at the Business Council is 7 people. We get together a couple times a week and talk about it. And then we also have a lot of other team members who are supporting the different work streams and the work that we're doing. So we're going to have some of our work stream leads come up and talk about what the work streams we identified, how we're using the PDIA process, and kind of what we're looking at in those different work streams.
I was a little worried I would have to deal with the clicker and the microphone, but I don't have to deal with much of either. So that's a good start for our presentation today. So my name is Amber Power. I am the Community Engagement and Leadership Manager at the Wyoming Business Council, and I've been working on the housing work stream since the project began. We do have an incredible team from the Wyoming Business Council that's also working on the housing stream. Noel, the Mayor Brandy is also working, as well as Heather, and working in conjunction and in partnership with Harvard as well. And then also we have some representation from the board, as Madam Co-Chair Kathy Tomasi is also sitting on that work stream. So I'm really excited to be here to present housing, simply because it was one of the first work streams along with workforce. So we're a little further along in that PDIA process. And that is exciting because we're really delving into not only a lot of the research and what that means for the housing issues in our state and also in the local communities and the differences that our local communities are experiencing with some of the housing problems or issues in our state. But we're now starting to really understand or work towards some of those action steps, as John pointed out. That's the third phase. So we're getting a little further along and it's becoming pretty exciting. So looking at our problem with housing, I think we all know there is a problem with housing. We're really focusing on the supply side. More than anything, we know that the demand is there, but then identifying why there is not more happening in our economic ecosystem with meeting that demand and what some of those constraints are. So we're not only looking at it as statewide issue of housing, but also what's again happening in our local communities. And we're finding that, again, as Heather mentioned, that our local communities are all facing different issues with housing. However, what we're also finding is that there's some commonalities there. And so we're focusing our learning really on 2 buckets at this particular point in time. The first bucket is infrastructure, arterial infrastructure, and what that means and how that impacts or even constrains continued building of workforce housing, or what we're terming and what we all term the missing middle. We also are looking at some zoning issues and some planning issues and learning more about that and how that might impact some of the housing constraints that we're finding across the state. So we're working really, again, closely with Harvard. We have some financial things that we're looking into, the financing options, what some of our communities are doing proactively across the state and learning from some of their solutions that they're finding across the state, looking at housing studies, some of the housing trust funds that are now being created across our communities. But we're also looking in partner states, but we're being very, very strategic about how we're getting that information and with whom we're speaking. So when I talk about partner states or partner communities, outside of Wyoming, they need to be rural and they need to really be reflective or having the same issues that we're finding here in our state. But we're also then just gathering information about some of the proactive and innovative ways they're helping to solve some of their housing issues. We are at a time, as Josh mentioned and Heather mentioned, that's really also exciting. Not only do we have great collaboration within the Business Council and with Harvard, but we're also able to reach out to partners across the state in a lot of collaborative ways. And we're excited that we're going to continue to do so. So we have Heather is sitting on several of the working groups for housing so that we have some integration and we're learning about some of the statewide efforts that are already going on, specifically the workforce housing group and the governor's office. So we're really excited to be presenting some of this information to them in the coming month. The Harvard, it has almost finished their note on housing, and they'll be presenting that to the governor at this month as well, kind of in the middle of May. And so we're really excited. We're really narrowing it down to some of those next steps, the action steps, really getting involved with communities, getting involved with current work groups and expanding that capacity across the state. Did I miss anything? Okay.
Great. I just want to say we snickered because the note's 45 pages long.
The draft note, yes. No. Oh, one other thing I failed to mention is that one of those actions that is really exciting is piloting a couple of those solutions in a couple of communities across the state. We're not quite sure what that looks like, but we're making some definitive progress.
Amy, you know all the rules. Is it appropriate for me just to speak without contacting Eric? Yeah. Okay. I do have a comment or two about the program. And I have been involved in the housing work stream, and it is so productive and informative. And the folks that you have, the Wyoming Business Council has brought together to try to implement some of these some of the ideas. It just brings it, and I know it's called P2P, but in my mind, it's philosophy to practicality, because of the fact that, as we have talked about before, we have every community, as we heard yesterday, has problems with housing. Everybody says we need housing, we need housing, we need housing. And I'm sure it's the same with the workforce stream. But with this program, you see some ideas that are not just complaining, and they're trying to implement some things and see how their own communities and their own organizations can do some of the work to make our problems better and to solve some problems. So I really appreciated this. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it's so interesting and so well planned and well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Amber. Madam Chair, I think we might need to steal the philosophy to practicality. I think Heather and I both wrote that down. So with well, let me back up for a second. I think the really neat thing with these work streams too is to see the intersection and how a lot of these overlap. And with housing and workforce, it's also another kind of chicken and egg situation that we have. So there's just so much overlap and interplay between really, quite frankly, all of these work streams. So it's very neat to see. So with the workforce development work stream, the problem, as you can see on the slide, new firms are not entering or old firms are exiting due to the problem of workforce size. And I like to kind of contextualize this with real or perceived. There is some perception, or there is a perception among businesses outside of Wyoming that there is not enough workers here. So that's why I kind of mentioned the real or perceived. And with this work stream, I kind of put it in two buckets. The first bucket is that traditional talent attraction and retention bucket. What are we doing? We, as in the state systems, doing to attract and retain population, especially the working age population. And then the second bucket is more of a growing or outside the box bucket. And that's, how do we engage traditionally marginalized populations back into the workforce? And traditionally marginalized populations can look or kind of come in different characteristics. It could either be childcare as a barrier to entry into the workforce. It could be mental health and addiction. It could be vets. It could be second chance hiring, which is something I'm really passionate about. Second chance hiring is hiring convicted felons, folks getting out of prison. Those are just a few of the examples. And I think that's really going to be an important bucket because of the changing demographics of the country as a whole. And this is something that Europe and Japan have been facing for a long time, is an aging workforce. Every day, thousands of baby boomers are retiring. And there's not enough young people, young working age population to replace those people that are leaving the workforce. And if you look, the country is aging, birth rates are declining, and immigration is stagnant. So there's only one other place you can really get workers back into the workforce, and that's those traditionally marginalized populations. And I've ran through all those. And I think this is really going to be incumbent on private industry and the HR industry as a whole to find creative, remedies and creative ways to engage these folks. I keep an article on my desk from the Wall Street Journal about 2 years ago that talks about how thousands of job resumes are automatically rejected without a human even looking at it. And I'm like, that's what are we doing? And I just read an article about a month ago that AI is going to be replacing job interviewers, and people will be interviewing with AI and computers. And so anyway, I do think that it's going to be really incumbent on the private industry to be creative with their hiring strategies if we want to rectify this situation. And one other kind of commentary and observation that the Harvard team also has pointed out is that for the longest time, employers were in the position of power over the employee. Well, it's kind of different now with the labor market. So it's a very interesting time to be working on this. So we're still in the data and research gathering phase of this. In fact, we're still interviewing employers and doing surveys. We just sent surveys out to employers that they had already interviewed and are waiting to get some feedback in that. And our biweekly meetings continue. And I should note too that the university, the community colleges, and Department of Workforce Services has been tremendous on this work stream, and we're looking to kind of grow that collaboration and empower those organizations to really step up in this. So happy to take any questions.
All right. Hello, Kristen Fong again, the Brandy of Cody, if that's what we're using now. But also the work stream lead for the grants systems. And this has been an interesting work stream. And actually, just to rewind, this whole conversation has been really interesting to just over here. Because it's nice to kind of think out loud through some of these problems. And that's basically what this process allows us to do more effectively, is because we can have these conversations and think out loud through the issues that we're facing statewide. So in the grant systems work stream, we've kind of had several iterations of the problem statement already. Did you hear that word? It's buzzy buzzword, iteration. Wyoming communities are probably a little overly dependent on grants, but unable to achieve effective and lasting impact despite the influx of these federal funding opportunities that are now available. And it might just be because of lack of capacity on that local level to not only research, but to identify opportunities, to prioritize what opportunity are you going to take advantage of when it's presented to you, and how do you plan for the opportunities that come down that pipeline. There's a lot of work that goes into even just the research of grants and the ability to wrap your mind around who's going to take charge of the administration of that process and who's going to take charge of reporting on the process, and how do you make sure that you have a viable project in place before you try to fund it. So the management has become more kind of the focus of the group so far, and we're still in the kind of the research and collaborative stage of this too. We keep widening the net and making contacts with different organizations or agencies across the state. And there are agencies maybe that we've collaborated or had partnerships with before, but we're building upon them more so because we have kind of better alignment through this process. We're speaking the same language all of a sudden. We're, equally accountable for the progress that we make and the feedback that we receive. So, we've got great collaborators, not just with the Business Council team in this room. John Jenks is on the team, Brandy's on the team, Kylie Ingersoll. I'm going to forget somebody and I'm going to be embarrassed about that later. Like looking around, who else do we have? Myself, I guess. And then we've also have great partners with a representative from Senator Lummis's office, Kathy Lenz. She's been a huge help, as has Jen Thompson from the governor's office. And we keep kind of widening that circle. So it's been a great partnership and a great kind of study in understanding, because the partners are all from different parts of the state too. It's great to get their input on how that functions in their communities and better identify and narrow down what the problem really is and how do we approach it. So our next meeting is next week, and we are excited to announce that there will be a grants training and workshop. It will also entail some coaching and some FaceTime with local communities to have connections with federal funders or their state agency partners. And that will be a really great opportunity, I think. And I think we'll learn a lot from it as well. So stay tuned for more. Yes.
Thank you. I have a question, Kristen. So the group that you have gathered together, so are you going to supply the communities with all this information about different grants that they can apply for? It's not just the Wyoming Business Council, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And I have to make a comment. Yesterday, when Kelly was talking from Upton, and she said, okay, I have listed every opportunity that we might have out there. I thought that was brilliant. I think that she really epitomizes what people should do in these communities, because again, everybody is strapped for money, and we have changed our strategy, and we cannot be the first resort anymore. And I think that these communities, if they make an effort to find maybe other grants, then we'll all be better off, because they might find places that they can go to. So I think this is wonderful. Very interesting. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, agreed. And I think that we'll continue to kind of work on, is there an exhaustive list, like a clearinghouse that we could potentially develop and then implement it that way? Is that realistic? And is it necessary as well? So. Mhm. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kristen?
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello again, Madam Chairman. I realized I didn't introduce myself earlier. I think all of you know me, but I'm Sarah Fitzgerald. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer here at the Business Council. I'm also the current lead for what we're calling the Energy Opportunities Workstream. Current because we are, as most of you know, we as a state, capital S state, are in a little bit of a transition in terms of who is thinking about energy right now with bringing Rob Krieger in as the director of the Energy Authority. So we are working closely with our partners across the state on this one and working as hard as we can to empower others to lead this or to help lead this in collaboration with us. But the Energy Opportunities name is actually a little bit of a misnomer. Maybe should be Energy Transition Opportunities, something like that, because really what we're looking at, we're not necessarily looking at what are new ways to create energy. We're looking at what are the opportunities that Wyoming as a state can take advantage of that are resulting from the energy transition and really decarbonization of the economy globally. And so that includes new sources of energy, for example, nuclear. It also includes other opportunities like rare earth elements, which are now have a whole new base of demand as a result of a push toward carbonization by consumers and companies. And so we're looking at all of these opportunities and just trying to find ways that really trying to find product market fit. We're trying to identify where are the market opportunities that are emerging as a result of this new global trend, and where could Wyoming leverage our capabilities, a lot of which come from our energy industry, to meet that new demand in order to create new jobs, new economic growth. So what we're doing right now with the support of the Harvard Growth Lab is just putting together sort of a portfolio of opportunities out there. So we're just documenting, writing down what are all the different industries that we could potentially pursue that are emerging as a result of the energy transition and global decarbonization. And then we're looking at those through a few different lenses. One, what's the size of the prize? So how many new jobs could this create? How much new economic growth could this create? What could this do for state revenue? And then what would the cost of developing that industry be? Namely, what will we need to do to develop that industry? Is it infrastructure? Is it, new policies? And what would that cost in terms of resources and investment? And then what are the different risks that come along with developing each of one of those industries? So are they technical risks, political risks, all of those sort of different things? So that's the first step that we're taking. We're doing that, like I said, with the support of the Harvard Growth Lab, but in collaboration with all of the different entities that work on energy and energy transition related opportunities across the state, which we already have a pretty good working relationship with the Energy Authority and the UW School of Energy Resources. So this is helping kind of stack on top of the good stuff that we've got going on, and sort of providing all of us with the information, the data that we need to identify kind of how we all fit together as organizations a little bit more clearly, and how we all work together on all of this opportunity out there, because there is so much that we can take advantage of. Any questions? Anything to add? I know others have been working on this too from staff. So.
I know this is a simple question, but is there a glossary for all of the acronyms what is REE and CCUS?
There happens to be sort of a glossary or something that could function as a glossary. We actually just published an energy kind of promotional magazine. So, and we've got copies here. There you go, right there. But REs and CCUS are defined in there. So RE stands for rare earth elements. And so those are those critical minerals that go into everything we see on the table here, our phones, our computers, electric vehicles. So lots of new demand for those. And we've got those resources in the state. And then CCUS stands for carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And so that is also, demand for that is growing really quickly as well as a result of the energy transition.
Thank you.
Sarah, just a side comment. I'm glad to hear the collaboration with other agencies, especially Rob going into his new role. I think that's beneficial to pull the groups together because there's so many great minds and so many great groups in the state to be involved with that. So
Yeah, absolutely. We all work together really well. We have a lot of fun together. So it's an awesome kind of team Wyoming to be a part of on that energy side of things.
Are there any other questions for Sarah, and continue on? I think so.
All right. So the final work stream that we have right now is also maybe a complicated name or a maybe misleading name, but we're calling it complexity for the time being. Jill Tregemba is actually leading this work stream, but she is with the team in DC this week at Select USA. So I'm just going to touch on it a little bit because this is one that we have only really just begun to figure out what this actually means. But we're using the problem statement, the growth problem statement, as our kind of guiding light for this work stream. So back to what I was talking about at the very beginning, that the current situation or economic structure that we have may not really provide that high quality of life and level of services that our residents now and potential future residents have come to appreciate and love about Wyoming. So we just started meeting, but really one of the ideas behind this work stream is development of tools and ways to use the data that we're getting and then help our communities use it in a way that helps them make better decisions. So using the brain power really behind the Growth Lab in so say we identify an opportunity in a community, really taking a look at what is like similar to the energy work stream, really, what do we need in place to actually make that thing happen? Do we have some of it? What does it take to get the rest of it? And is that a good idea? And so taking the opportunity of, like I said, their data discovery and putting that into tools that become more useful. The other piece of this one will be a comprehensive economic development strategy, or a CEDS type document. So it won't look exactly like a CEDS, which is a requirement of EDA, the Economic Development Administration, to get additional funding or apply for grants from them. A place has to have a CEDS in place. And the grant then needs to relate to the CEDS. In Wyoming, we've always had a statewide CEDS. In a lot of other communities, it's region-wide, but just because of the way we are structured and our small population, EDA has allowed us to have a statewide version of that then if communities want to apply for EDA funding, they can reference back to that statewide CEDS. It was the Endow work, which there's still a lot of relevance to, but that's also older now. And so under EDA's guidelines, they look for an update to that every about 5 years. So it's well timed, in addition to some of the funding to support this project or this work came to us from EDA, from a statewide planning grant. So they are investing in this work as well, and that will help us get to that report through this work stream. And then the work that we're doing with the other work streams as well. We want to make sure that if we have a SEDS or something similar to that, that it really is more in the line of complexity. It has flexibility and it's not just stagnant that says this, and then in 5 years, we're going to come back and do something different. We really want it to have a little bit of life to it. Oh, thank you. So that it is useful in the longer term. And it's got more flexibility for our communities because we do recognize that that's different everywhere. So more on this one as we sort of come to a different point in closure on some of the other work streams, or start getting that out into the communities and then figuring out what those things are. And I think that connecting the work that we're doing in a way that the communities can understand and use it is a big piece of this. That's where we really come in, and by we I mean business council team. We're the ones who are going to be able to help, I think, figure out, when we hear things from the growth lab, how do we get that into the place where our community is like, oh, okay, I know how to use that, or thank you, now we can move forward. And we really want to make sure that we're the voice in helping make those connections. So that's that work stream. If there's any questions on that one, I can answer any.
Madam Co-Chair. Heather. Who are you guys thinking is going to be involved in this committee?
We are super duper early in it yet, so we won't, we haven't really gotten that far yet. We just really wanted to kind of get it rolling. So we're taking volunteers.
Well, I'm just thinking. I'm thinking, the top line is that the economic structure of the state, and are we thinking about putting some policy makers on that so they're hearing the data and making sure that we're managing the message?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. It depends, I guess. That's the standard answer, right? But
yeah,
no, but it truly does. A lot of the work and through all of these work streams, I think we spend a lot of time in like data discovery and just really understanding it, and then getting it to a place like Amber mentioned in a note that then we can help that audience really see, here's what we've been working on, more of a summary, right? Here's what we've been working on. Here's some of the things that we see as the big problems. Maybe here's some policy recommendations, or here's a fiscal structure that could be helpful in this, or, here's how you use this as wherever you fit sort of in that ecosystem. And so really taking all of the thinking and the churning of everything and getting it to a place then where it's digestible for somebody who does want to say, okay, what does this mean? Like, what do we do with it? Or if you wanted me to write a policy, what would that look like? So.
okay, thank you. And that segues into my other question, which goes back to Amber. So it's kind of funny that you brought that back around. On that note that's going to the governor, can we get copies of that? As a board, just so we, if we're asked about it, I mean, I think it would be great. The more information that we're here to support you guys as staff and everything, it would just be great.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. We just actually got a first glance at it, maybe last week, I think, and kind of in a, hey, this is what we think. They're very sensitive to making sure that our internal team feels comfortable with that too. And yes, absolutely. That will be part of, as we go forward, what we want to make sure that you all have, and then other team members.
Right, the final copy before it's going to the governor's office on each of these work streams. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make sure that everyone has that. And it really is, as much as the growth perspective was a great document to really kind of get your hands on that, I think these notes will help kind of really summarize a lot of what we've been learning. And actually, when I read the other one the other day, the first thing I thought was, oh my gosh, I can't wait to take this to communities and be like, look here, let's work through these instead of what Amber said, you know, everyone says housing's a problem and that's where it stops. So. All right.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Kayla Claire. I manage the Main Street program here at the Business Council, but I'm also going to give you just a brief communications update. And really in the spirit of collaboration, I just want to start with talking about all of the different folks that we have involved, not just the folks in this room, but some of our external partners as well. So this is not necessarily a traditional work stream update, but more so just making sure my role is to facilitate, you know, that everybody knows what's going on, everybody has an opportunity to be involved. And so our communications committee meets every week. We involve not only our pathways team here that you've seen before you, but we also involve the governor's office and of course, Amy Quick as our communications lead at the Business Council. And really some of the biggest things we're focused on right now is just making sure that some of the stakeholders in this conversation are being regularly updated on some of the successes of the work streams so far, some of the information you've heard today from various work streams, and continuing to engage our Business Council staff in various ways. So that's either through like the Leading Economic Growth course and participation in that, also extending the invitation for involvement in work streams, and then just regular weekly updates through our staff newsletter to the whole of our Business Council staff. And then it's up to the work stream leads at their discretion on how they would like to share the most recent successes for their work streams. So we do also have a regular meeting with the steering committee. And I would default to Heather here to maybe list who those steering committee members are, if anybody is interested. Heather, do you want to?
Yeah, just real quick, I could do that. So that was something that the Growth Lab was very insistent on at the beginning, that we had a steering committee that was larger than the Business Council. So it includes Josh Durrell, Rob Krieger's on that. Robin Cooley with Workforce Services is part of that. Brad Tyndall from Central Wyoming Community College is on that team. And I know I'm forgetting somebody. Oh, and the Energy Authority Director. That's why that was confusing, because that's also Rob Krieger. So, but the Energy Authority is also on that steering committee. And Amber is our facilitator extraordinaire who keeps that group on point and moving forward in those meetings.
So with that, if anyone has any questions on the communications piece, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, one more and then you can be released from this conversation. The last piece that we just wanted to cover, and I think this is just a little a good telling of what this project really looks like. So more than once, the team has been asked for a Gantt chart, and this is about as good as it gets, because truly this is a process to learn a new way to work and to learn a new way to do things, not a project with deliverables and deadlines. There is sort of a deadline because our engagement with Harvard only goes until the end of the year. So right now we're using that time with them to really learn as much as we can through that leg course, but also just with our interactions with them. And on a day-to-day basis or week to week, members of our team on the core team and the rest of the Business Council team probably have 10, 15, I don't know, interactions with that Growth Lab team. We are really trying to take advantage of their know-how so that we can take this forward after that end date. But this really just sort of puts everything on one page where we've started with different work streams, how they integrate in, how those visits kind of play into it, and how it really is all intertwined and continued to be moving forward. And we don't know when things will end, and we don't know when we might add another work stream, but this is sort of the visual of that all.
So are there any questions for John or Heather? What? Oh, I think somebody has a comment. Josh?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thanks to the team to roll this out. Hopefully, as you all listen to this, you heard a kind of a common theme throughout this, which is nobody's focusing on solutions. We're all focusing on defining the problem really, really well. And Sarah said it in her intro, there aren't any silver bullets. And frankly, that's a hard thing to roll out. And it's a hard thing to discuss with people, because when people are experiencing any sort of problem, even if it's not well defined, they want a solution. And leadership typically is asked, whether that be in the legislature, whether that be in an agency, whether that be in the governor's office, leadership is always asked for a solution. And it takes a lot of, I think it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of maybe not just courage, but also like a fortitude to say, we don't know the answer yet because we don't even know the problem. And I think throughout this entire process, what we're helping people understand is that the better you understand the problem, the more data you can gather about that problem, and really look at how do you iterate through and adapt to that problem, the better off you're going to be. And so while it may seem like to some that we haven't come up with these great answers, well, that's, and it goes back to what John said earlier, just copying and pasting an answer from somebody else is not a great solution, because it turns out that the barrier constraints or the boundary conditions in Wyoming are different than they are in other places. And so for us, it is really important to continue the work of understanding the problem, understanding and trying different solutions, and really getting to the solutions that matter the most. And so Pam, as you were mentioning about how do we involve legislature and other leaders in this, it's really important for us to stay connected to and to provide information as we go. It's also important for us to sort of help them understand the process that we're taking, because we don't know the exact answers right now, because we don't even know the exact problem. And so we're going to continue, but then when we do have those answers later, it's going to seem like they're silver bullets maybe, or seem like they're really good solutions because we've gone through that process. And I think it's a challenging thing to do, but the more we do that, the better, and the better we're going to be at solving problems, but also the more people who are able to do it. Because the other part about these work streams is the collaboration with other entities, and the fact that we may hand some of them off to those entities. We will likely not completely do all of these work streams all of the time. And so I think it's just a really good theme for who we are as an organization. I think it's a good theme for how to solve problems in the state. And if we can create, work streams in communities that are running autonomously from us, that's a great thing. And that's really the goal of this, is to really spread this methodology and, philosophical, what was it? Philosophy to practicality.
Yes.
I think that's what P2P is now going to stand for. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, because it really is that process from philosophy to practicality. So thanks for listening to all that, and thanks for kind of continuing to propagate that throughout the state, because it's going to make a big difference, and it'll happen really, really fast at the end, I'm sure. So thanks.
And just for the record, we did not pay Sarah Dorenzo to say the nice things yesterday. More than one person asked that, but she really has been a champion for this project. So I think that really is, it's nice to see the buy-in from some of our partners starting to grow. So,
and other agencies.
And other agencies.
Anything else for Heather and John? I do have to say, tremendous amount of work put in on this. I think it's awesome, all of you that are involved, which is probably the whole team some way or another. And once again, it showcases that the Wyoming Business Council is not just about BRC, although huge part of our team, but Yeah, we do so many other things. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Co-Chair, we are a little bit ahead of time. What is your pleasure? Would you like to have a portion of your program or your committee reports? Would you like to give a little extra lunch time? I don't think lunch is delivered yet, but, oh, it is? Okay. Or we can go have lunch and start early back, which might be the solution.
Madam Co-Chair, I think that's a good decision. If lunch is here, I think we tend to like to keep the investments committee
all in one.
all together without a break. So why don't we go ahead and take an early lunch?
Okay, so it is 11:34. So let's plan on meeting back here around 12:15, 12:20. Okay. Thank you.
But I think up first, we've got the challenge loan program. So John.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I have two loans for your consideration today through the Challenge Loan Program. There's a net available balance of 11.8 million. Now, the first loan is a 50-50 loan with Security State Bank out of Sheridan, Wyoming. Their client, Minerite Technologies, is looking to secure financing for working capital and raw material purchases for the conversion of purchase orders into products. Minerite Technologies is located in Buffalo, Wyoming, and was formally incorporated in February of 2004 or 2004, excuse me. The company manufactures and provides specialty attachments for large mining and construction equipment. Minerite's majority owner, John D'Amico, he actually invented the tube box, the truck body. This patented tubular design is structurally stronger, yields a lower center of gravity, and allows for an easier manufacturing process and eliminates welded seams on the truck body. Mr. D'Amico also owns and operates two other businesses, Minerite Buffalo Properties, along with Certified Tool Technologies. The total loan request for this 50-50 loan is or the total loan amount is 1.2 million. The request for WBC's participation is 300,000, which would be 25% of the loan. Other 300,000 will be provided by Wyoming Smart Capital, and then the final 600,000 by the bank, Security State Bank. Our loan portion will be at a rate of 6%. It will be for 3 years. The remaining portion of the loan will be at 9.5%. From both Wyoming Smart Capital and Security State Bank. So the blended rate on this loan will be 8.625%. These loans, there are two loans, and the revolving lines of credit to Minerite Technologies. One is for $200,000, and that'll be used for operating capital. The second is $1 million, which will be used to support the conversion of the purchase orders into finished goods. As each purchase order is received, up to 70% of the material costs will be provided in loan advances to Minerite to fulfill the order. Once the product is built, delivered, and paid for, that advance amount of loan will be repaid and revenue distributed to the business. Minerite Technologies was significantly impacted by the pandemic shutdowns, and the company is trending in a good direction. And due to the nature of the loan, purchase contracts will be established and fulfilled before additional funds are advanced. There will be additional measures taken to monitor the loan, including but not limited to monthly monitoring, quarterly statement review, and limited owner distributions. This loan will provide an opportunity for Minerite Technologies to continue its success and growth in Wyoming businesses. And staff is recommending that the WBC board's approval of the $300,000 50-50 loan participation with Security State Bank for the recipient of Minerite Technologies. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. We also, Patrick Schilling, the lender we are working with, is here as well today if you'd like to ask him any questions too.
Are there any questions? Would somebody like to make a motion?
Second.
Law has made the motion, assuming the motion is to accept staff recommendation.
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Smith has seconded. Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. We're moving along. And John, I think you're still up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Madam Co-Chair, the second loan today for your consideration is also from Security State Bank here in Gillette. Their client, ChemSol LLC, is acquiring chemical consultants. They are an existing chemical supply company on the production side of the oil and gas industry. Chemical Consultants was located in Gillette, Wyoming. They are formally incorporated in April of 1988. The company provides chemical inhibitors for scale and corrosion management, reverse emulsion breakers, and other specialty chemicals to service oil and gas producers. The previous owner passed away in early of 2022, and the operations manager, Mr. Jared Green, has been solely managing the company. Mr. Green has been an integral part of the company since 2010 and has arranged the purchase of the company and its assets. Under Mr. Green's ownership, the business will be established as ChemSol LLC. The WBC has been working with Mr. Ryan Gross, the market president of the Security State Bank in Gillette, to help structure this deal. The total loan request is for $350,000. WBC will be participating in the amount of $175,000 or the 50%. Our rate will be at 5.5% for 7 years. And the Security State's portion of the loan will be the other $175,000 at 8.25%. That will provide a blended rate of the 6.875. The proposed loan would be used to acquire all business assets associated with the company. We are recommending that WBC Board's approval of this $175,000 succession loan and participation with Security State Bank for the recipient Chemsol LLC. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those. I'd also like to acknowledge that Mr. Jared Green, the potential new owner, is also here today too.
Thank you, John. Our co-chair has a question.
I do. So, John, I know that the succession loans are fairly recent in our history. And I just wondered how, if you were getting a lot of applications or interest in the succession loans, which I think are a great thing, but I want your opinion.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, that great question. And we are getting a lot of inquiries about that. I think that's probably the one we get the most questions about. And I've had conversations with banks along with business owners, but they're very excited about that one as far, especially that blue sky that the banks can't really, close that gap with. So where we can come in on those deals, it's a real benefit to the businesses and the bank.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think this is our third, is that right? Succession loan?
So this is technically our second. We had another one that was spoken of in committee, but that one was withdrawn. So the other loan was in September, succession loan that was approved, but it was also withdrawn. So we have yet to close succession loan.
Okay, well, third time's a charm here.
Yeah, right.
Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just probably elementary questions. I see that the interest rate on the first one is 6% and the interest rate on the second one is 5.5%. How do we determine what interest rate to apply?
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. So great question. We're required to have a minimum of 4% interest. Based on the current environment of interest rates, they are higher. So we've started at a 5% floor as a staff, and depending on terms, kind of cash flow, what's used for collateral, how much of that are we truly all the blue sky or loan? So it's those kind of things are what we're considering in setting those rates. So we as a staff talk about that and set those rates accordingly.
Thank you, John. Any other questions? Don't see any hands raised. Nothing online. Somebody like to make a motion?
Also move to approve the staff recommendation to fund the succession loan.
Smith,
I'll
has made a
second.
Motion. Mr. Watts. I
I'll second.
think we've got a second already. Mr. Law. beat The punch.
Good.
I can't see hands raised online, so my apologies, but we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. And I think we're moving on. I need to get back to the agenda, but I think you're still up. Is that right, John? Or do we move to Noel? Noel is standing up. So Noel, you're
Oh,
up.
sorry.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Chairman. I am Noelle Reed, the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Business Council. We wanted to share this manufacturing snapshot we created in conjunction with CETA for the Sheridan area. We collected data from a few large-scale manufacturing companies located in Sheridan, and it was analyzed by applied economics to show the economic impact over a 5-year period. And I think it's important to note that only a couple of the companies that we surveyed received BRC funding. And I'll just kind of walk through this information really quickly. So of the 5 companies that we surveyed, 585 direct jobs were created. Out of that, 175 indirect jobs were created, and those are jobs that are created at other local companies due to the increased demand for goods and services. And then also 120 induced jobs created, and those are jobs that are created by personal spending of the workers employed in the direct and indirect jobs. Total annual income for the jobs created is over $30 million per year. Total spending impact, so this is the personal spending of all of the jobs created that's discussed above. So for housing, taxes, and insurance, that's about $18 million per year. Local spending, which includes groceries, household supplies, services, is about $10 million per year. And then regional spending, which is vehicles, appliances, apparel, about $8 million per year. So those jobs that we discussed, that's the total spending impact per year of those jobs created. We also looked at the annual tax revenues. So locally, those jobs created and those companies create almost $1.3 million per year locally. And at the state level, it's about $380,000 per year. We also pulled some data from Jobs EQ on the overall manufacturing industry in the Sheridan region. So the overall manufacturing, there's 903 total manufacturing jobs in the Sheridan area. They've realized an 11% annual growth over a 5-year period. And the average wage for those positions is a little over $54,000. So the reason that we wanted to share this document and this data with you today is because it really does tell a story. The work that CETA and the community and these businesses have done over the years have created these impacts for the community and for the state. And in order for the community and for CETA to continue their efforts and continue the trend of growing their economy, there is a need to free up some finances for CETA. As you recall, we recently helped fund CETA's High Tech Park Phase 2 feasibility study. And in order for them to take advantage of the results of that study, they're going to need a little bit of cash flow. And John's going to go over a refinance package that we've put together for CETA. But before he comes up, I know Robert Briggs is in the audience, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity to talk about this and the manufacturing industry in general.
I'll flip that on. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. To me, what's happened in the Sheridan High Tech Business Park represents a really good and solid partnership with the Wyoming Business Council. We definitely couldn't have done it without the Business Ready Communities programs. And you're seeing, there are 2 of the businesses that were surveyed, and then 1 indirectly receiving benefit from the Sheridan High Tech Business Park. As we look to going forward, we like to, in the Sheridan area, we like to vision, we like to plan, and then we like to execute on that plan. And we're getting ready as we were receiving the results of this phase 2 feasibility study. We'd really like to move forward. And we're grateful to the Business Council staff for being willing to talk with us about some options for refinancing that will help increase our bandwidth. And thank you very much.
Madam Co-Chair.
I do have a question. You said 2 of the 5 were BRC projects to begin with. Do you feel like it was a ripple effect from those projects, or do you feel like each one was independent of each other?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Chair. I would say it's a ripple effect. It's creating that ecosystem, creating that cluster. The companies can work together and rely on the similar technology and those types of things to really create that ecosystem. So I would say it was a ripple effect, and it really helped grow. But I don't know if Robert has anything more to add to that.
Madam Chair, I agree that when you see activity in energy, there's excitement and there's synergy. I'd say a big part of the High Tech Business Park was being ready to take advantage of opportunity and being there with project ready property, which helped a lot.
Mr. Law.
Yeah, just as a resident of Wyoming, one interesting note is that so many times when we make Wyoming our home and we end up getting gainful employment, any little bubble in the system and a lot of times it's a high probability you have to move or move out. And having a cluster of manufacturing up there allows opportunity if there is some distress in one particular industry versus another. And I think the other thing it does, it gives the workforce an opportunity to match their desires even closer. If it isn't particularly with this company, it might be with another company, but I just think it creates a lot more harmony. I mean, obviously there's competition for employees and there's always that friction, but anyway, it's quite a thing.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Any other questions? Nope.
Okay, thank you. I think John is going to come up and go over the refinance package for CETA for you all.
Thank you, Noel. Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, thank you. So the next thing for your consideration that I have to present is we've been working with CETA on an opportunity to consolidate some of their debt that is owed to WBC and refinance it. They're looking for an opportunity to increase some cash flow for future opportunities and expenses that are going on now. Currently, there's a loan for Kennan that is about 1.5 million at 3.5% for 20 years. They've been paying as agreed on that and have made one payment of the 20 required. There's also, if you recall, the VacuTech expansion project that was approved. They did withdraw grant funds on that project, but then it was withdrawn. So the board approved a repayment plan for those grant funds. And over 10 years, we're about $28,000 a year. So we've been working with CETA and they would like to propose combining those debts. And what we came up with them is a 20-year loan, and it will be the first 3 years will consist of 3 payments to pay off the grant amount owed. And then the final 17 years will be 2% interest and amortize the remaining of the Kennan loan. And if you look at page 84, the memo, it outlines some of the savings that they'll realize, but currently they have an obligation of about $134,000 a year. So we're trying to decrease that, and we'll do that by quite a bit in saving them $50,000 the first 3 years, and then $32,000 the following 17. So we're asking for your consideration to refinance and consolidate that debt. And we're happy to answer any questions. As you know, Robert Briggs is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel, for the tee up, and John for providing us with the details. Are there any questions? I just wanted to reflect on the discussion in the committee that I think it shows some creativity, and the goal of doing this, I think, is to make sure that CETA continues to have available cash flow and funds to promote economic development, and that we feel like this is the best, highest use of funds, and it's really minor change. I think there was also a little discussion about the 3.5% and where that came from, but if I'm not mistaken, that's the highest rate that we have on a BRC loan. And it was because at the time it was what they offered to pay, but that most of our BRC loans are in the 2% range, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that is correct.
Any other questions? Mr. Brown, you'd like to make a motion? So moved to approve staff recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Mr. Smith is seconded. Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. We are moving along. And I think up next, if I'm not mistaken, is another exciting rules discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. I don't have BRC projects, but I have BRC rules for you. So here we go. Ben's gonna pull up a PowerPoint for me to go through with it. But just to kind of tee it up, we staff have spent the last couple of months working on these rule revisions to help add clarification. We're adjusting some funding requirements and trying to ensure that the program is easily understandable for potential applicants. The process that will go forward is we will ask the board today to approve draft BRC rules. Then we will open the rules up for public comment, which is a 45-day period. So once all of that happens, we'll take those public comments into consideration and then bring the final clean version of the rules back to you guys in September for adoption. So there will still be some time between now and September for potentially changes to what you're going to see, depending on what the public comment is we receive. So the first item is clarifying what we would consider eligible and ineligible equipment under the BRC program. So eligible would be a fixed equipment, and that is equipment that is fixed in position as a permanent appendage or as a structural part of the building or property. And ineligible is movable equipment, and that includes those items that are the functioning collection of machinery or devices for performing a mechanical, electrical, or communications task, and that are not a structural part of the building or property. The reason that we use these definitions for the BRC program is, the program really is an infrastructure program, and that infrastructure must be publicly owned. So we determined that equipment that is a permanent appendage or a structural part of the property is part of that community-owned asset. However, movable equipment that is not a structural part of the property is not really an asset for the community. Furthermore, we have loan programs, like John just mentioned, through the Business Council that we feel is a better fit for those types of expenditures. And so we feel that that's where that movable equipment, that's how we at the Business Council can help companies with any movable equipment. And if anybody has any questions as we go through, feel free to ask.
And Noel, just really quick, and Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, just for the board's purposes, in the board book, we actually have 3 copies of these rules, and so it's a little bit confusing. One is the current version, one is the strike and underline version, and one is the clean version with the strike and underline. So I just want to make sure if you're feeling like you're seeing lots of repetitive documents, that's why. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you, Amy. The next definition that we are proposing changing is the median wage. We have seen a couple of applications where, for example, like the manufacturing employment is located in one county, but then the company's sales force could maybe be located throughout the state. So we wanted to clarify which wage rate to utilize in those circumstances. So if 90% or more of the employment is located in one county, the applicant would utilize the county median wage. But if less than 90% of the employment is located in one county, then we would look at the state median wage. We have also added that wages must meet the state industry average wage. We've been looking at this and including it in our staff analysis for about the past 18 months or so, and felt that it should be a requirement for eligibility to promote that economic growth and encourage projects that provide good paying jobs. And then this will apply to both business committed and the managed data center cost reduction projects. We're also proposing to increase the maximum awards for the following programs. Business committed, the old or current Maximum award is 3 million. We're proposing to increase that to 5 million. Community readiness, same. And then economic development plan, increasing it from 50,000 to 100,000. Feasibility studies, increasing it from 25 to 50,000. And then loans also increasing from 3 to 5 million. In conjunction with that, we are also proposing match increases for business committed and community readiness projects. So for both programs, category 1 applicants will increase from 10 to 20%, and category 2 will increase from 5 to 10%. This now matches the community projects match requirements, so they will all be that 10 and 20%. And it is important to note that the match does not have to all come from the community. You know, applicants can utilize other grants or loans, such as state grants or the EDA or USDA. And then we also allow in-kind match as well. So it might seem like a high jump, but we do allow other components and other funding sources to act as that match. Under planning projects, we are proposing to eliminate promotional plans and tourism plans. We haven't done one of those plans in several years. So we're just proposing to get rid of them. It doesn't mean we wouldn't do like a community readiness or a business committed project that was related to like tourism, for example. We're just eliminating the planning grants around them. And we know that there are other grants out there, like through the EDA that do planning grants for these types of things. So we feel that there are other options for communities to use. We're also proposing some requirements for the company in committed business projects to ensure that they have some of that skin in the game that we talk about a lot. So the committed business must contribute to the project in at least one of the following ways. Contribution towards the eligible cash match, contribution to the ineligible cash match, or contributing other investments into the project. With revenue recapture, just a couple of updates with this one. We have added that the revenue recapture percentage to the BRC account may be increased above 25% at the discretion of council staff. So an example of this would be tying revenue recapture percentage to like job creation. So if the committed business does not create the jobs proposed at the time of the grant application, staff can increase the revenue recaptured by the BRC account. We have also added that a lien on the property shall be filed at the time of the grant or loan agreement execution. This is to ensure that if and when a building or property is sold, we can be made aware of it so we can recapture any of those payments to the BRC account.
Madam Co-Chair.
I don't think my microphone is working anymore. But the revenue recapture percentage, is there a cap on that, or is there a certain percentage? Is it something that is static or?
The other wording in the rules right now, sorry, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. The other wording in the rules, it's so there's two components of it. So if the net revenue, let me grab my rules so I can say it correctly. So if the total net revenue generated is less than the BRC grant amount, then no more than 25% of the net revenue shall be recaptured. But if the total net revenue is equal to or more than the BRC grant amount, then no less than 25% of the BRC award shall be recaptured. And it does not ever go above the grant award. So those are the other components under revenue recapture.
Thank you. I probably missed that when I read this line by line, the rules. Thank you.
Understandable, yeah.
Mr. Committee Chair and Ms. Co-Chair, on the lien property, is there, and I maybe missed this too, I was trying to catch everything. Is there a time limit on the lien after so long? I mean, we used to have the 5-year window with strings attached. So is there a time allotment on just getting information back and leaning on the property?
Mr. Committee Chair, I don't believe there is, because sometimes that revenue recapture could go past the 5 years if the building isn't purchased until year 10, let's say. So I don't believe that there's a time limit on that lien.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a concern here. Going to 20% on the match. And if we have an otherwise good-looking project, but it's conceivable that that could be held up or not go forward for lack of $5 million, it'd be $1 million. And so we're thinking that's a good decision. Thank you. Excuse me.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Brown. So a couple of ways to answer that. So we do think that it's a good idea. It's something that we've been looking at in our analysis of how much, so to speak, skin in the game that the community and the business has into the project. So even though it hasn't been a requirement, it's something that we've been looking at and using in our analysis to determine if it's a good project. Secondly, within the rules, the board has the ability to waive that requirement. So if it's like you said, if it's a great project, extraordinary circumstances, the board can waive both the maximum award amount and the match requirement.
Okay.
So
Well, enough said. I didn't know that we had the right to waive all our parts. So thank you.
Yep. We also added some additional components to eligibility. The first states that an otherwise eligible applicant that is past due on program reporting or revenue recapture payments shall be deemed ineligible until the applicant brings itself into full compliance. The second states that those non-compliant applicants shall be highlighted on the program's annual reporting to the Wyoming legislature, which is due November 1st of every year.
So who is going to monitor this and how much extra work is that going to take? And how is this going to be done?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. We utilize our Salesforce, which is like our online reporting system. And so a lot of it is automated where the applicants receive emails saying, you know, you have a report due in a month, you have a report due in 2 weeks, your report is now out of date. So it shouldn't be too much extra work. A lot of it should be automated and just kind of naturally happens.
Thank you. So at the present time, do we have a lot of reporting issues?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. There are a few communities that mostly what we see happen is if somebody leaves and then somebody new comes in, they don't realize that they have to do those reporting requirements. So a lot of times they may become out of date just because of things like that. But we've been working with the regional directors over the past few months, letting them know that this was, you know, something that we were talking about, and they've been working with their communities, and we've actually been approving quite a few progress reports here in just the last month or so. So, and then as these rules go out, we will try to do good marketing and information to let all the applicants know, hey, you know, that this is the new rule. And if you want to be eligible for BRC funds, then you need to get your reports turned in. We also updated some of our processes and procedures. The first is that the Business Council Board shall perform a roll call vote on all BRC projects. This will ensure that all board members have the ability to speak about each of the projects and give more detail around their vote. We also believe that this will help potential applicants have a better idea of the types of projects that fit best under the BRC program. The second is that eligible projects shall clearly demonstrate how the outcome for each project will result in economic growth. And finally, we updated what rules the Business Council Board is able to waive. So to Mr. Brown's question, it reads that the board can waive the rule regarding maximum award amounts and or lower match amounts upon a finding of extraordinary circumstances. So those are all of the proposed rule revisions for the BRC program. Happy to answer any other questions if you have any.
Thank you, Noel. I know we asked some questions along the way. Are there any additional questions? Ms. Greenfield.
Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, it might be helpful, Noel, if you also just, I know you said it earlier, remind everybody about the process again and that see these rules again.
Thank you, Amy. That's a good idea. Again, so the process is, this is just to approve the draft rules. And then we will go through a 45-day public comment period. And depending on what comments we receive, we might make some changes to this and then bring it back to the board at the September board meeting for adoption of the rules.
Thank you for that clarification. It gives me some time to learn how to do a roll call vote, I guess. No additional questions, no hands raised online. Somebody like to make a motion? Ms. Harvey? Ms. Harvey would move to accept staff recommendation on the rule changes. Is there a second?
Committee Chair.
Mr. Brown? Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign? The ayes have it. And we are moving on to our last agenda item, the YVC fund update and the YVC memo. Mr. Adams, welcome.
Thank you. Bert Adam, I'm Investments Director for the Business Council. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. Hopefully Ben has a quick PowerPoint that he can get up for us. I just have a couple quick slides to go through as an update for the YVC program or the YVC Fund SSBCI program. So I'll start with just a recap. So this was a $10 billion federal program, the SSBCI or State Small Business Credit Initiative program. Wyoming's allocation was 58.4 million. And with that, we chose to do venture capital. And through that and the YVC fund, we have two different investment strategies. So the first strategy is the fund strategy, where we can help capitalize new venture capital funds within the state. We have 23.4 million allocated to that strategy currently. And that with that, we're really looking at organized investment funds, and then YVC would be a limited partner in those funds to help capitalize that. We do have the ability to make investments in those funds up to $5 million or half of the fund that they're trying to raise. The second strategy is our direct investment strategy. And we have $35 million allocated to that strategy. Important to note with both of these, the end recipient of all of these dollars is Wyoming businesses, those high growth startups that Taylor and Brandon were talking about. And so this would be sort of that follow on, that next step to really help them succeed. The direct strategy it's been confused before that it's a grant, but neither of these are grant dollars, right? These are investments in the fund where we're a limited partner and we expect returns like any other limited partner. And with the direct strategy, we will be on the cap table and we will have equity shares in the business. So just to be clear on how that works. Any questions on on our application for SSBCI or the way we have it set up.
Madam Co-Chair.
Hi, Bert. Okay, so are there any particular types of funds we are interested in, or will they go across the gamut of everything? What are we looking for here?
Sure. Madam Co-Chair, I think the big thing that we need when we capitalize funds is they have to make the overwhelming majority of their investments in Wyoming businesses, right? So they don't have to be Wyoming funds, but they do have to make those investments in Wyoming startups. So it could be a Montana fund or an Idaho fund. We would prefer they be Wyoming funds, but it doesn't have to be. Really, that end goal is to support our Wyoming startups.
But it doesn't have to be like purely a tech fund or, okay, all right. I didn't know if we were going to focus in on one particular type or what.
Yeah, I think the population of Wyoming is enough of a restriction that we don't want to add extra layers of restriction to really negatively impact that deal flow we could see.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, then I'll give you a quick update on where we're at. So we did open applications for the program exactly a month ago. So the 3rd of last month. We have to date received 36 applications. And that's in the full pipeline. So 8 of those are still in draft, but with the online application, we do have insight into what's going to come down that pipe. And then we have 12 of those applications that we've actually moved forward and are reviewing. And so our equity portfolio manager, Gordon Finnegan, isn't here today, but he's been extremely helpful in getting the process going and getting us into data rooms for each of these applications, understanding different pieces of the diligence process and what we need to do to really look into these applications. And then he's also got templates for investment memos, which will be coming to both the investments committee chair and the board co-chair as we start getting closer to making decisions on what investments we want to make. Also important to note that of those 36 applications, we do have 6 applications from funds. And so, Ms. Co-Chair, to your point, we do have a lot of interest from funds as well. Most of those are maximum requests because the fund sizes they're looking at are 10 million plus. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about YVC and about where we're at with the program.
Thank you, Bert. Any questions? I think I know the answer to this one, Bert, but did anything surprise you about the initial volume of applicants?
Yeah, Mr. Investments Chair, I think when I first started the application for this program, I thought we were going to have a big deal flow problem. Like we were just not going to have enough deals to really make it go. But as you can see, 79.5 million in applications to date, and it's a $58.4 million program. So, and it's over 9 years. So I'm no longer worried about like deal flow. Now it's how do we choose the best investments that we can really support these Wyoming companies.
Let's hope it's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith.
I would just like to make more of a comment than a question. I think through our committee, seeing what you and Gordon have put together and really the online application system is very neat, very innovative, steps beyond a lot of how we normally conventionally see things. And just this data right here to be able to see this is what's in the pipeline and in process just provides us with a lot more insight than we'd have through a more traditional process. So just wanted to say kudos in particular to you two for designing this process in that way.
Thank you.
Agreed, and it's too bad Gordon couldn't be here, but he's really doing yeoman's work on this. And we appreciate all of your efforts getting us this far, and Gordon seems to be a great addition to the team.
Definitely.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, if I might just, again, to bring it back to where we started, there are so many tools that the Business Council has. And then, as you look throughout the state at the partners that we collaborate, that we have at our disposal. And again, the intent of these is to fill the gap or to provide that seed crystal so the reaction can start, to whatever metaphor you want to use. But it is our intent to continue to stay really focused, to stay lean and mean on these things, and make sure that we are understanding what the gaps are, looking for ways to fill those gaps, to make it easy for more private investment, for the business community to thrive, and really do it in a way where we're not a lot of overhead. And that's hard to say sometimes when you're a government entity, because you do represent more overhead than a private industry might from time to time. I also look at the things like the rules that we've looked at and the, just developing operating systems for these programs. And that's the way to kind of look at it from a tech perspective, is this is an operating system for a program. And how do we make sure that those rules continue to be refined so we can meet our goals of filling those gaps and staying as fast as possible and working at the speed of business, while at the same time honoring the public process in which we work. And so I think these are all good examples of these. And it's also important to note that there wasn't necessarily a big directive from someone that said, thou shalt go out and figure out how to do venture funds. Thou shalt change the rules of Kickstart or the SBIR program or the BRC rules. It's just that we continue to work with organizations, we continue to work across the state and understand what challenges they're facing. And then we make those changes so that we can continue to evolve. And I think that this is just another example of trying to understand what the problem is and working to solve it. And I think that, all along today, you've seen that. And again, we didn't necessarily utilize or command funds in our biggest program. Because there are a lot of things that we do that help out in those gaps along the way. And so this is just another example of us understanding a need, seeing a problem out there and figuring out what a solution could be. This is a lot of years in the making. This was not an overnight type of thing. This has been years of trying to figure it out, and we'll continue to do so because it's still not a simple program. So I just want to say thanks to Bert and his team for that, but also, just thanks to all of you for kind of supporting these initiatives and understanding that there aren't any silver bullets, and that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of tough work, and build that foundation. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Any further questions or comments? Well, I think it's time to move on to our last agenda item, which is the request to actually fund this effort. And so it's a 2-page memo, and you have 2 hours until our board meeting concludes. Bert.
Yep. Well, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I won't draw it out. Much like the request Brandon brought forward for SBIR funding and funding those initiatives and making sure that we can kind of move at the speed of business, it's a very similar request for the SSBCI funds. A little bit of a different money amount, but what we're asking for is your consideration on the approval to invest and not spend. Just so we're clear, we're going to invest our first tranche of funds, which is right around $18 million. And we do have 3 years to make those investments according to federal treasury before we would be required to pull down that next tranche. And again, this is because of the contracts policy that most of these investments, probably all, will be over $100,000. Happy to answer any questions on the request, and it is the last 2 pages of your board book.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Adams on the request, which I think pretty clearly outlines the request and the process that we'll go through in making these investment decisions. No questions or comments? Ask for a motion. Mr. Brown has made a motion to accept staff recommendation,
Chuck would second.
and Mr. Kenyon from online has made the second. Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Madam Co-Chair, we are done with the Investments Committee.
Thank you. So I just want to say there are a few issues that are coming up. The next meeting of SLIB will be Thursday, June the 1st. We don't have anything on it. So really, I think we won't even have to appear for that. So the standing committees will meet at the times listed in your board book. And the next regular meeting of the board is going to be in Evanston, Wyoming, which is 465 miles from Gillette. I
How do you get,
hate to tell you that.
how do you get there?
It's a long way. So, but I do want to say one thing before we leave and adjourn. I attended the Operations Committee meeting, a couple weeks ago. And I have to say, since I have been on this board, the team we have now is the best. And we had great people, but it seems like it's so cohesive now. And everybody is doing their job and everybody is enjoying their job. And it is just a wonderful thing to see. And I want you to know, we as a board, I'm sure I can speak for everybody. We appreciate you all so much. So thank you. So do I hear a motion to adjourn at, oh,
One quick statement.
yes, you can.
I just want everybody to know that Kathy actually wore out her battery on her microphone. Josh had to fill in. Just saying, so.
So be prepared for things to come. So do I hear a motion to adjourn? Oh, Amy.
I'm not making the motion, but I just want to add something. So earlier in the conversation during the CEO report, Mr. Durrell asked about how old the business council was, and I nodded at 20 years. I was mistaken. In July, it'll be 25 years. And so before our next board meeting, there might be a little bit of a virtual birthday party as well.
Thank you for checking on that. Okay,
I move to adjourn.
it's 1:14.
Very
Do
efficient.
I hear a second?
Second, with gratitude and just amazed that Kathy can smoke the meeting as well as she did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, we are done. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kathy.
Oh,
Let her.
we're done.
Yeah, that's right. You can use it on Mark too. The sound won't be the same.